My story's just going to get bigger and bigger as it goes on, isn't it?
But yeah, okay. So we've had a couple minutes to read through that. Is everyone done reading?
No, I'm
just
still
found
reading.
it.
Okay, as soon as I'll give this one a couple more minutes. George's like, fuck.
With Spotify, I think I've connected, but I'm not sure.
Oh, am I supposed to connect to something?
So if you go onto Discord, you can see on my profile I'm listening to Spotify.
Yeah.
If you click on that, bottom right next to play on Spotify,
yeah.
there's a small button that says listen along, and that way we can listen to the same music as we go through this game.
That's cute.
Sick.
I suppose could you call like him changing different colors, kind of spazzing out a bit? We could call him Spaz.
Yeah, you definitely can.
No, that's a joke.
Hey, retard!
And that really powerful wizard Spaz, you know him.
Yeah, let's call that like the wizard, the guy's manipulating the fabric of reality. Let's call him the retard.
If you're going to call him Spaz, it's getting a bit too close to reality too, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I play D&D to escape my normal life.
He doesn't want to happy himself.
Yeah. God, I should laugh.
Actually, just a hard one. Nothing major comes to mind. Aster's cool. That's
Oh,
a
yeah,
cool
that's
wizard
cool.
name.
I like that your clothes change colour with you. Bit extra, isn't it?
Wizards,
Whole new
man.
wardrobe depending on his mood.
Like wizards typically are a little bit of fashionistas, you know, wearing all purple with pop
Yeah.
collars and massive hats.
How about Sparkles?
That's a good one.
Sparkles, I like that.
Sparkles. So we've got Sparkles. What about you, Zach? What are you saying? Don't try not to overthink it. I know that's a lot of information to take in, but
I don't know, man. I've not got anything coming to mind.
what's the
Suppose it could
first?
just be a wizardy type name as well.
Yeah.
That should-
What about?
In this-
Sorry, go ahead, Ray.
Oh, well, I was only talking shit really, but I was going to say, is there any slurs for magic users in the world?
Ooh, magic users. I don't think I actually have. I thought you was going to say elf. Like, there definitely is racist slurs, but I don't think that would probably be the best.
What would be a racist word for elves?
Like knife ears, for example.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like, you know, Igga or something. but-
Pointy.
yeah. Deal, I know you're not actually playing today, but if what you got a nickname that comes to mind?
Something like capricious.
Precious, that's a good one.
Adele, you're not
You
playing
gonna-
today?
Gonna golem over him.
No, man, I had a bad day of emptying my guts yesterday.
Oh no. Oh.
Yeah. As I say, if you do change your mind, Dylan, obviously you're more than welcome to jump
Yeah.
in.
Thank you.
But yeah, just listen along if not. What about you, Ash? You got something that comes to mind?
That's just cute.
Thinking Shroud, because like
Ooh, that's a cool one.
he changes colors with
Yeah,
the seasons.
facade,
Kind of like
yeah.
a camouflage, yeah.
Shroud is definitely a lot cooler than Sparkles anyway, so I think Jordan would rather Shroud.
Oh,
probably.
I like sparkles.
Yeah, I think we already know which one's gonna win. Oh, capricious. That's good.
That's a good wizard name as well, actually. You're a wizard, sorry, aren't you? Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're a wizard. Zach.
If he was like a rogue that had like 4 different forms and changed with the weather, you'd be like, it's a very magical rogue. Cool. So, any come to mind yet, Zach?
Yeah, we'll go with Sunstrider because I think he's gone for
Sunstrider.
Kale Thas for a summer form.
Cool. Okay, so what's everyone? You can use the emoji like ad thing under a name to choose their favorite one.
Do I get to vote as well?
No, unfortunately not. I know which one I'm voting for. Oh,
You can't vote for your own, can you?
yeah, you can if you want. Actually, no, that kind of defeats the point if we start voting for our own.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sparkles it is.
I hope Jordan's
Sorry,
the
Jordan.
strongest.
Okay, so Jordan, Zach, if you want to start pasting your description and appearance into the chat, we've if you change your name now on your display name, Jordan, to Sparkles slash Jordan, so everyone knows what to call you. Your display name's at the top of the settings menu.
Top of the set. Ah, yeah, cool.
Oh shit.
I love that detail. He's devoid of any facial hair, though not by his choice. Even my fantasy characters can't grow a full beard. I think it was you, Ray, that said when was making characters, like your idea of a fantasy character is not even someone who's 6 foot, it's someone who's 3 foot.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah, as soon as everyone's done reading, obviously, just throw your the first thing that comes to mind in the chat. As I say, try not to overthink it, because then we start getting to the point of it kind of becomes a little bit redundant what we're trying to achieve here. Like, it's supposed to be very like off the cuff names. Shifty.
Hey Jack, where do I find that part?
Sorry, what did you say, Ash? You broke up a little bit there.
Where do I find that part on my character sheet? The description and stuff.
So at the top
Like,
of your
I have
screen,
Yeah.
you should see there's a core bio and spells button. If you press bio, it takes you to the screen. Yeah?
Is it the I?
The I?
Yeah, the information I.
No, I don't know where you're actually looking right now, Ash. So when you click
up,
On Roll20.
yeah.
So
Oh no,
if I press the
if you go to the left of that in the what's it called? Journal. Yeah, it should be there. And then you double click on it's under characters as well.
Yeah.
And then there should be your character there.
Yeah, it's just the picture, but like yesterday there was like
Try double clicking on it.
Oh.
You got it?
I see it now. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
cool.
you.
No worries. So yeah, at the top of your screen, you can go from core to bio, and it will like flip the page over. So that big red button.
Yes, I see.
Oh, let me real quick. Let me just do something for you. Advantage toggle, and that way. There we go. Cool. Right, so let's vote on this. Has everyone put a thing in? I think we have at this point. Shaft. Cool. Yeah, let's everyone make a vote. Hey, I think that's it. Nettle.
I was hoping for Shaft.
Yeah. Cool. Dill, would you be able to put your description in, please?
Yes. Mine is not very long. But
It's okay. Makes a
What
change.
she said.
Jordan wrote 4, so this would be like a little bit of a balance to that. Oh, obviously I made a token for everyone. Is everyone happy with their tokens? If not, I can change them.
Yeah.
Cool. This page that we're looking at on the Roll20 as well, this is the landing page. So this sheet of paper here, you're free to write down notes for you to remind yourself for next session or stuff that you feel like you should be progressing, just to keep a log of. And obviously in the bottom left, I'll keep a log of all these those sort of details. LR being long rest, so last time you slept effectively.
So how do we add notes in this? And the notes basically our own, or is it for everyone?
So if you go to the paintbrush on the left side of the screen, yeah, for everyone. If you want to keep your own notes, obviously you're free to do that in like Google Doc or Word or whatever. But if you go
Or
on
you
the...
can add text box. I see.
Exactly, yeah.
he also dresses in kind of like Islamic mystic sort of clothing, obviously with the company's colors.
Yep.
I'll be right back. We're stuck.
Like the Borderlands brick. Yeah, Dill, obviously, this is a little bit leaner than the other descriptions we had. If anything comes to mind while you're just sitting there, just throw that out, just so
Sure,
people
yeah,
have that for
I
reference.
didn't feel quite ready to.
Yeah, like everyone's put like fucking a page worth of description, and you're like, yeah, he's 6 foot, middle aged, Gump. Ruin forest.
That's what I was thinking when it was like over his head. I was like, yeah.
I'm imagining it almost in practice like a Drax the Destroyer type character. It's like nothing goes over my head. I'm too quick. I would catch it.
This character based on me, though.
No.
Derek
6'4".
This is a character based on me. 6'4", middle-aged, dark-skinned human. Oh, that's cool. Steadfast.
How'd you read quiet and peaceful demeanor and think it was yourself?
Wow. We're not going to make it to session 2, are we?
No. I've been fasting since Friday, just for a challenge, so maybe, no, it might be a bit cattier than usual.
So what brought that on?
Oh, I don't know. I was lining up to have a good weekend. I said, why don't I just ruin it by not having any food or drinks or anything?
Yeah.
It was still very nice. It was still good. So, just for a challenge.
Yeah, man, I need to do that sometime.
Yeah.
Funk. Man. Okay, let's go.
No.
Funk it is.
Punk has the same energy as Brick, but it's just
Yeah,
better.
a bit more to the point.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry, Zach and Dill, would you be able to change your names in the settings options to whatever was voted for you? So it's just the display name at the top of the settings, and just turn it to like either Nettles, dash Zach or Funk dash Dylan. I'm so glad that I came up with this concept. Fucking, there's at least one name in every single list that's just like a fucking retard, like, and everyone's like, "Yep, that's the one." So yes, Ray. Oh, and James isn't here, but he's pretty much given me the idea of the character he's going for. So I will just tell you guys that, and you guys can put it as it is. Pretty much looking at his token, that is effectively what James was going for.
And James is the last person to join, is it? That'd be everyone then, is it?
James won't be here today, but yes, he will be joining us next week for sure. He's got a wedding, I think, this week, so he had to go out and buy a suit today.
Yeah. My description isn't very big. Big backstory, but the personality and uncle.
That's awfully kind. I thought from now on Dylan's all would be like, cunt.
Yeah.
Traitor. Yeah, to be fair, he is a very much an uncle kind of character. Oh, a little bit of context, I think. I don't know why I'm doing this now halfway through. But the way you guys join the company might be of importance to how they got the nickname as well, because that's usually happening at that time. So I don't think you would mind me saying this, Ray, but your guy is even though he's one of those guys who seems to have a story for everything, and he's been everywhere, and he's like very well acquainted with everything seemingly. Like he somehow has a pool of knowledge on every topic. Specifically, you guys would have met him when charting a boat from a place to place. He makes his meat and potatoes at sea. Like he's very much one of those sort of sailory types. That's
not in my description at all. I should probably have said that. It's in the backstory, but it's not in the personality description. So.
Like something that I noticed that isn't in this description, but I think you have mentioned before, is that he is covered in like sailor's tattoos.
Yeah. He has a few. They're going to get more. There's space for more. So.
Yeah. Always space for more. Yeah. Secret agent? What the fuck?
No. So that's everyone, isn't it?
Yes. Wow, fucking hell.
Nice.
Fucking Dylan's just shot up.
Yeah.
Hey, Uncle. Uncle it is.
Uncle is great. I'm happy with that.
Don't touch any kids.
Yeah.
Cool. So, last person, Ash.
We're not doing James's nickname.
Yeah, sorry, we will be doing James's, but...
Okay.
Yeah. Last person here, I should have said.
I have an image of what my character looks like. Then I also have these.
Is this character have red skin or like normal colored skin?
Red skin.
Red skin, okay.
Yeah. Then I don't think I've written the other part.
A tail
their personality.
that was out of a voluptuous booty. Ash, is this description after me?
Yes. Oh, here it is.
So just like we did for Raid, how do you imagine you joining the company? Like,
how do I imagine I'm joining the company? So I have a sailor background.
A fisher.
Not a sailor, a fisher.
Yes, you're very much someone who lives off the land.
Yeah, I live off the land. And I'm really athletic, and I'm really imp. I'm really I don't know. I presume it would be better for me to join the company. Maybe there's something like, I don't know, maybe like I've given up living in the one area and I want to explore more. You know?
Okay. So yeah,
Thanks.
a very natural. Someone you kind of joined, someone who wanted to get out of the small town they're from and kind of see the world, kind of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Sorry, as a joke, Dylan, I did delete your one, but
Okay.
you can put it back if you want.
That's fair. We've slightly regretted putting that out there.
Maybe we should discuss what type of roleplay we're playing before we.
Yeah.
I like horns. It's like something that they would call someone in your company. All right,
The
horns.
tea
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Is that everyone?
I think we're just waiting for Dill now. If he did put thick with 2 C's, but
Redo.
Ballista. God, you sound like a 80s action hero.
Not very nice for someone who's red skinned. Oh,
Yeah,
just a
that's
walking
what I was looking
blister.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, let's vote. Yeah, yeah.
Turns.
Yeah.
Horns.
Pretty solid. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so as I said, James is very much what his picture is on the landing screen. He's the guy with the red border, the dwarf. His literal description, and this isn't what I don't think this really met the criteria, but I think it literally says Gimli on steroids. Yes, it does. It says Gimli on steroids. But some more information about his character is he rolled on the tattoo chart for being a barbarian, which is the class he is, and he has his clan's symbols tattooed along his arms and patterns, which I believe are long vines. He's also quite superstitious, and you see him carry around like mementos from either past thoughts or maybe like quasi-religious artifacts, like I believe on somewhere on his body, and I'm not sure if it's a necklace or hanging from a belt or something, but he's got a string of bones from the first beast he killed, tied with coloured wool. So with that, I'll just put... You gotta make that into a catchphrase now, Ray. Like every time you're about to win a fight, you like say "uncle."
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
Did Ash disconnect there?
She's still in Dylan and Ash are still in the Discord. I think on Roll20 that she might have refreshed or something. Or yeah, moved off it. Just in case they have disconnected, we just to keep things moving, we might just give it 10 seconds to see if they actually start typing something. If not, we'll move on.
Yeah.
After Saxton, of course. Stout. Ooh, I like that one actually.
Like the beer and like the
Yeah,
frame.
yeah, exactly.
That's pretty cool.
Cool. Yep. Let's vote.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Yo, sorry, I think we're having internet problems.
That's all good. You can vote if you want, Dylan, if you're here. As I say, we all voted. I think, well, actually, I say that. It's already been decided, even without you guys being here. Stout seems to be the runaway winner, though. Cool. Okay, I'll add that to his sheet, actually. Oh yeah, also add that to your sheet, everyone. Like your
I think
names.
somebody going like back up. Somebody equalized. Somebody
Oh really?
equalized Saint and Thunk.
Oh, considering you know, that person who equalized it is yourself, Dylan.
What? No, I voted for Saint like first thing. I was like, I definitely don't want to be called
Okay.
Thunk.
Well, okay. If
There's only 6 people to vote, though, isn't it?
yes, there is. So
okay,
that's how it's equalized.
No, it's
Okay, in
supposed
that
to be
case,
five, isn't it? I thought it was 5 per name. You don't vote on your own name.
yeah. To be fair, I think that's what we've been doing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, fuck's sake.
Yeah, sorry, I said that with that intention, and then Dylan was like, "Oh, but you know, I hadn't voted." I was like, "Oh, of course you hadn't." But yeah, nice try, Dylan.
Yeah.
God, you was this close from getting a cool, actual like, "Oh, I'm Saint."
You can call yourself Saint, but
They
that's what
call
we
me
call you.
At least you're not called Sparkles.
Yeah,
I was about to say it could be worse, couldn't it?
As Dylan introduces himself,
We got the
everyone knows-
almighty
Yeah.
powerful wizard of Sparkles.
Yeah. When Dylan introduces himself, everyone notices one of his eyes just slowly starts to drift. Cool. Okay. So with that, we can actually start the game. So as I've went over with some of you guys before, a few things that I want to bring up coming in today is obviously an emphasis on RP. Pretty much everyone here besides Dylan who's not actually playing, this is going to be the first time you guys have properly played D&D. So you guys are like in all very good company. There's not going to be any one person who's like going to be like, oh, this is what you should do, we should do this, and like leading the party through that means. And I've also mentioned that realistically, if you wanted to play a D&D-esque game and not RP, you could play a video game. So I would just encourage everyone to throw themselves into it. I know a lot of people here actually have a little bit of a drama background, so like just, you know, play on that a little bit. Try and play the game as your character, not as, for example, Ray playing Uncle. Try and put yourself in your character's mind. Okay, when going through combat, obviously, I think we kind of rushed through how to go through combat on the descriptions that we did have with everyone, but it shouldn't be fine because there'll be a combat quite close to the start of the game, which will give everyone a chance to learn how it works. But as I said before, don't worry too much on the mechanical side of the game. Leave that to me, and you guys just tell me how you want to do it. But remember, when you're telling me what you're attempting to do, phrase it like that. Like a turn combat really should go: previous turn, your turn starts. You describe what you're attempting to do. You make a roll, and I describe how that like what happens on the basis of that roll. Okay, here's a concept that everyone knows about. So everyone's going to roll a d20 now to see who is the commander of this company after the massive fight. I didn't realize actually Dylan was going to be here for this long, so I made him roll in advance, which, as you guys can see,
Man hit
was
20.
yeah, the man hit a 20. James also rolled in advance, and he got a 10. So if everyone starts rolling a d20, we'll see who is the commander, who is what.
And sorry,
James.
how do we do that? So we do go to the chat, is it?
So if you go onto the left side of the screen,
Yeah.
at the bottom of that little table, you see a die shape.
Oh yeah.
And if you hover over that brings up a table. And obviously the 2, 3, 4, 5, all next to those dies, that means roll that many of that die.
Yeah.
You can also type slam.
Yeah, fucking
We're going to have a fucking roll-off between Uncle and Dylan to see who the commander is of the Company of the Bronze Lion. Unfortunately, Ash, because you rolled the least on this board right now, that means you actually fell asleep the night that the company was nearly destroyed by this wizard's creation. And that's something that you've got to carry around with you. Like, you was on watch that night, and because you fell asleep, this creature managed to sneak up and devastate the party, killing nearly all the officers and the old commander, whose name was Prince, who was almost like a mentor figure or a past friend to all of you.
God damn it, horns!
Yeah. Horns!
Oh fuck!
Yeah, she was like ice fishing at the edge of the camp. yes, going a little bit about Prince as well. Like, just a testament to the kind of good guy he was. Everyone has a nickname. The commander is always called the Lionheart. That is his nickname. But he just wanted everyone to call him Prince, which was his name before he became the Lionheart. He always considered himself like one of the men. But yes, let's get this roll off going. Dylan and Ray, if you'd like to roll another d20 for me, please.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, it's not all. It's not all tears. Like, you're still going to be the Lieutenant Ray. You're the second in command. Dylan,
Cool. Yeah.
Funk the commander. Or obviously, your name can get changed to Lionheart now if you want to enforce that policy. With a name like
I
Funk.
don't think I will.
Okay. No, please call me Funk.
Man, thunk.
Oh, sorry, I've got a call, guys. I'll just be 2 seconds.
No worries. So yes, that actually brings me to. Ooh, I actually fucking archived that. Bear with me 1 second, guys. So something I didn't tell you. Well, I might have mentioned to some of you guys is about the treasury. That you guys carry around a large treasure chest that has an assortment of the company's gold that is used to pay the men, gold that you get from jobs, as well as a small store of magic items that have been accrued through the tenure of the company. And as the lieutenant, Ray, it's your responsibility to log this to see who and divvy out who has what items. Obviously, the commander can override that, but it's typically your responsibility. And I'm going to post those in the chat now, the items in the vault. I'll post this in the Roll20 chat, and you can break that up as you wish.
So it doesn't stay in like a group inventory. It has to go out to different people.
Yeah, exactly. So you just need to make sure. Well, you don't really need to make sure, but you're just in charge of dishing these out to people who you think would benefit the most from them. So potions of healings, you probably want those on the people on the back line, someone who can get to other people, or your tanks. Silver arrows, obviously someone who has a bow. Silver longsword, someone who is probably a fighter of some sort, which I think, to be fair, a lot of people can actually, I think everyone besides Jordan actually could use a longsword, so that would be quite a tough contender. Stone of Good Luck can pretty much go to anyone, same with the Ring of Protection. And the Braces of the Eclipse, it's probably a good idea to give these to people who will benefit from them the most. Maybe.
What do they do?
So benefits of the Eclipse are a pair of braces, leather braces. One of them has a wolf eating a solar eclipse. One of them has a wolf eating a lunar eclipse. When you put these on, the people can speak to canines. They have a general idea of where the other holder of the bracer is. So even though they're set, they're worn by different people. So they can be like, oh, this guy is like north or south or west. And those two people can also telepathically communicate to one another.
Oh, very cool.
So, like, maybe a good idea, like this, I'm not trying to influence your decision at all, but a good idea is potentially the Ranger, Zach. Like, his whole thing is, like, maybe scouting ahead of the party to see what's coming up, and he can actually go back and tell someone who's got the other bracer what's coming up.
Yeah, so sorry, times 2 just means there's 2 bracers or 2 sets of bracers?
So there's 2 bracers. So it's Bracer of the Eclipse, and I put times 2 because obviously it is the lunar and the solar eclipse one. There's not 4 bracers.
Yeah, so I think one should go towards Zach, and maybe one to Dylan, just so since he's the commander.
Yep, makes sense.
They can go talk through.
So if you guys want to add... Sorry, carry on, Ray.
And then Ring of Protection maybe towards Jordan, so that just gives a bit of protection to the wizard.
Yep, makes sense.
Stone of Good Luck will go towards...
You're more than happy to have one yourself. Like, if you feel like I'm the best person to use this, like, go ahead. Like, you don't have to divvy it out to everyone else.
Yeah. And the rest for me, so in that case.
Yeah.
Silver Longsword will maybe go towards... I feel like Ash doesn't deserve it because of what she did before, you know? Maybe, actually, I'll give her a Stone of Good Luck because I feel sorry for her and that everyone's kind of bullying her. But I also do...
It's like, you don't deserve this, but you
did
did give me a promotion, so...
Yeah, so she'll get a Stone of Good Luck. 10 Silver Arrows will also go towards Zach. Potion of Healing, 2 of them to Dylan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the commander.
Maybe.
Just so
actually, maybe
everybody's
one.
aware.
Sorry, Sorry, one.
I'll be playing like a defender paladin.
Yeah.
So essentially, I'll be like in the front lines. So
Actually,
See, it's
I'll
it's
do-
not a bad idea for Dylan to have
Yeah.
one, but maybe doubling up, just splitting them up with other
Yeah.
people. So
Go one
yeah,
for James. What's James playing? Oh, he's playing Barbarian. Maybe
Okay.
one for him and one for
Sorry
Dylan.
about that, guys.
it's all right. Jordan, just so you're aware, Uncle is divvying out the magic items that were in the vault. He's decided that the Ring of Protection is best with you, so it requires attunement, but it pluses 1 to your AC, so you're a little bit tankier.
Sick.
And I didn't give the longsword to anyone yet, did I?
No.
Hmm.
Oh no, sorry, you did. You gave it to Ash.
Oh no, sorry. Give her the stone of good luck.
Oh yes. So,
I think you could keep the
which
longsword, right?
bracer do you want, Zach?
That's what I was about to ask.
Solar.
What? So can you repeat which one does what?
So they
Or
both
they
do the
both
same thing. Yeah, they both do the same thing. It's just an aesthetic difference, so you can differentiate which one is what. So one has a lunar eclipse getting eaten by a wolf. One has a solar eclipse getting eaten by a wolf.
Well, you choose. You're the commander. So
I'll go with the solar. I think it makes sense. You being with scout, kind of lunar, sort of like in the shadows. You know.
and then what does
this
that
was a good
actually allow?
idea.
What does it do? Sorry.
So it allows you to speak to canines. You know a general direction of where the other wearer is. So like it's north, east, southwest. You can telepathically communicate to that person who's wearing the other bracer. And in general, it fills you with courage. Like you feel, yeah, you just feel brave when you wear these braces. Innately. I definitely agree with you, Ray. James, being the barbarian, probably is better off having one of the potions of healing. But because he's not playing today, if you wanted to divvy that out to someone else, just for the time being.
Yeah, I'll give it to who else will be in the front line? Ash, you can have one. And actually, I'm going to take Dylan's for myself.
Yep.
But I'm going to give him the silver longsword because I think if he's the commander as well, he should probably have the sword. So I'll take the potion.
Cool. And something you would have all been aware of is typically a sign of status with the Lionheart, the commander of the company, is that they all used to wear this large ornate bronze pauldron. That it was in the shape of the top half, the head of a lion, like its mane flowing into armor. However, that unfortunately was lost in the frozen waste of the Fractal Sea with the death of the last commander. Cool. Is that everything? Is everyone ready?
Everything I think. Yeah.
Hey.
What's special about silver arrows for the record? How do they just do more damage than a typical arrow?
So they don't do more damage, but certain creatures resist like the blows of regular steel. So these would be like your devils, demons. A popular example, which most people would be familiar with, is werewolves.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just helps. Like if you notice that your arrows aren't doing as much damage as they should be, like they're bouncing off, they're not like going in. You're like, oh shit, maybe it's worth using a silver arrow for this.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm actually thinking maybe our first fight might need them, so and we've given the silver sword to Dylan.
As I say, if you want to give it to someone else for the time being, just for this session, and
yeah. Oh no, I have given that out already. It's okay.
Yeah.
you keep giving stuff to come out. Like, actually,
Yeah.
Cool.
One of those video game tropes where you conveniently have a stash of silver weapons just before you go up to the next werewolf.
Yeah. Yeah. Why is there a save point here? Cool. So yeah, just so everyone is like sunk in everyone's mind, Dylan is now the commander. Funk is now the commander. Uncle is now the lieutenant. So that is your chain of command.
And everyone else is just like
A lackey.
guy.
They
Front. Yeah.
typically you would have more commanders, but considering how little is left of the company, more officers, but considering how little is left of the company, that's quite a lot of officers for a party of this size. Cool. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start today's session. Oh, something. Actually, I thought you guys might be interested in. If you go into your journal tab in the handouts, I've given everyone a map of Welter Glen, so that they can reference that for decision making and references. I was going to make it an actual like a page for everyone to look at, but I thought if everyone has it in their inventory instead, they can actually use it like a map, and then when they're talking, then they want to reference it, they can bring it out. Does everyone? Can everyone find that?
Yep.
Cool. And obviously, if you click on the picture, it will full screen it.
Where are we now?
So you guys are just outside of Decapool, returning from the Fractal Sea. You guys are probably less than a day out of city walls. Decapool being quite a large and self-sufficient town, you would coming into the port, you would have actually seen the aforementioned or the 10 rock pools that the town is named after, which it sustains itself off. Each one being quite a diverse ecosystem that they don't over-harvest, and every month they'll move to a different rock pool to sustain the town off. And as such, it's a bit more of one of the better set-up towns. Ever since the Age Without Dawn, a lot of towns are on the smaller side of things if they're not in complete ruins already. And as I say, you guys are kind of making your way back down towards Swinemouth. It's not something you have to do, but it's something that would probably be for the best. But you guys picked up the contract for this mission back in Lichen Meadow, and you probably reporting to whoever you got the mission off would be a good start for you guys to start an objective to start with, I should say. Obviously, the closest town would be Swinemouth, but that's about 3 days from where you currently are. And you are currently in a cart. Now, obviously, you have Poet, who I'm not sure if I've mentioned this before, but he's actually still gravely wounded from the aforementioned fight. He is very sick and he's currently lying down in the back of the cart that you guys are using to travel. Who would be, out of everyone here, where would everyone be in the cart? There's room enough in the back for everyone else and the treasury. But if everyone would like to scout or sit in the front or just stand by the side, let me know now.
Would I be scouting ahead?
You can be. I mean, you are the ranger.
I mean, it seems to make sense. Yeah, I'd be a bit ahead.
Is this a rented
Making
Go
sure
character?
no
off to
issues.
the side.
You'd be off to the
Sorry.
side, did you say, Ash?
Yeah.
Cool.
Walking along beside it.
And who's driving the cart? Is it our own cart, or did we rent it, or?
You guys put what little money you had left in the treasury, bought this cart, so it is your cart. You can name the horse if you wish. It's a draft horse. No one's currently said there.
I might be riding it, or
Yeah,
commanding it. Yeah.
makes sense. As the lieutenant.
Probably be in the car.
Cool. Cool. So, as you guys are making your way down south, would everyone just like to tell me what they're doing as they're travelling from Decapool to Swinemouth? You can see today is quite a overcast day, not too out of the norm for this part of the world. It's always grey, dreary, and at the very least it's drizzling. At the most it is a full-on pelt of rain. You find yourself a little bit downtrodden. The last few days' events really getting to you. But the one thing that you do keep in mind is that you went from what was a frozen, blistering wasteland to at least somewhere that there is life now. And that's the one sort of resolve that you have to hang on to. I think for you especially, Nettle, it would be like this is definitely your more preferred climate to be a ranger in. Going up that far north is definitely put you out your comfort zone. Well, that being said, did you ever come up with a preferred terrain?
I don't actually think I have. No, let me have a look. Did I put it in?
Cool, but yeah.
No, but I mean, based on my backstory, it would be like a forest.
Forest, cool. So yeah, what's everyone doing?
I think Uncle's just up on the reins, and he's just kind of has a bit of a hat on, and he's just like,
Yeah, chewing a bit of grass.
yeah, singing a tune very badly, and trying to keep people's spirits up, but not doing a good job. More annoying, if anything, maybe.
Cool. If you'd like to roll a performance check as you belt out this ballad that comes from the soul of everyone's favourite uncle.
It's like a very repetitive tune. And it's like he only remembers one line of it, and he just keeps. So sorry, I just go to dice then and roll a d20.
Well, actually, if you go on your character sheet, this is a good time to bring this up. You actually see all your skills listed out there, and if you click on that particular skill, it'll roll a dice for you. There we go. So, oh, you want to change your toggle back to just normal, not instead of advantage disadvantage, because that rolled that
Okay.
with disadvantage.
Oh yeah. So
But yeah, no, you actually give quite a uplifting tune. This is something that you guys haven't seen Uncle do for the last few weeks, and hearing it now back in the mainland of Anfang, it kind of brings a sense of normality back to the party.
So just to double check, sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. We're a few weeks after the events of the
Exactly. A few weeks.
Horn's mistake.
We're a few weeks out from the mistake. You're about a day outside of Decapole.
Okay.
and where is Tunk at the moment? I know like Dylan can't play, but like is Tunk with us or just gone up ahead or stayed back?
Yeah, Funk would be in the cart as well, potentially being, at the time, the lieutenant of the company. He was very much at the front of the fight, very much trying to serve his role as like the protector paladin, sorry. And he's probably sustained a little bit more damage than most people in the company, and he's still recuperating some of that strength in the back of the cart. So he's injured, but he's not on. He doesn't look as grave as Poet does. You also have Treacle in the cart as well, who's kind of just murmuring to himself, going over the massive cookbook that he keeps with him. And every now and again, you can see him like lean out the back of the cart, which has this very large canvas roof, almost like you see in like those like Oregon Trail sort of cart, you know, like the big canvas over the top of it that stops the rain getting through. And he leans out to you, Horns, and he's like, "So I was thinking, if you catch me some salmon this far north, I can make us, you know, a decent meal for once." Right.
That's you. Sorry.
Right. Horns.
Are you talking to me?
You're talking to me?
What? Sorry? I
li-
didn't hear you. I'm too busy wallowing in self-pity over the events that just happened.
She's like on her knees, like into the sky, like, why me? So Treacle, the cook, has actually leaned out the back of the cart as you guys are on your way to Swinemouth, and he said, "Can you catch me some salmon? I think we can make finally a decent meal if we can find somewhere to procure that."
Yeah, sure. Next river, I'll get everyone's meals together.
Cool. When is the next river? Do you know?
No. So we're in between.
Decapole and Swinemouth, which is at the top end of Weltglen, the Kingdom of Clouds.
So maybe in a week.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's ages away.
You kind of see him
So
like,
it's in 3 days.
oh, it's 3 days to Swinemouth. So
Oh.
yeah,
So
so
there's probably another 3 days, so it is 6 days.
a
to the
general
next
rule
river.
of thumb to keep in mind is that you guys can cover roughly 24 miles of travel in an 8-hour traveling stint. So you see the little ruler just underneath the title. That's a good indication of each block of that is a day's worth of travel.
Nice.
So it's probably, yeah, you're not too far off. About a week, just 5-6 days to get to the West Float River, in order to, which is strange because that's on the east side. Well, I'll change that. That's the East Flow River.
So I hear the conversation. I just shout back and just saying that it's still jerky and hardtack for a while yet, sadly, as we
Yeah.
wander along.
You guys can, everyone's very downtrodden, but Uncle, it's like nothing's happened. He's in the best spirits. He's like singing songs, eating his jerky. It's probably about fucking 2 months old at this point.
Yeah.
And as you guys are
so-
having, sorry, carry on, Ray.
No, so I was just saying, where we're traveling through, like, does everything look okay? Like, I know Little is scouting through, but is there any vibe to the place? Does it seem okay or quiet or?
Make a perception check.
Yeah. Right back to character here.
Yeah, so it's going to be quite hard to sneak up on you in this. You're very much in an open plains right now, the rolling hills, but there's no massive differentiation in heights. As you survey the land, you can see quite far off. South east, you can very much see the large looming presence of the the Greyfell Wilds approaching, and to the east, the mountain range that kind of is the focal point of this kingdom. And there doesn't seem to be any disturbances around. But as that says, right on the horizon, you can see Nettle kind of making his way towards you with his with his grace. And as he pulls up, Zach, you would know that along the road is a checkpoint, Lycangard.
A checkpoint for what? Sorry.
Yeah.
Lycangard, which is like the regional guard, like royal family guard for the region.
We should be okay to
Okay.
pass through, shouldn't we? It's not like we're doing anything illegal, but we have. You wouldn't need any like documentation, would you, for coming back through a place or anything like that, or would you?
Make a history check. Zach, if you want, you can make a stealth check as well to see if they actually saw you.
Okay. I was about to suggest we could possibly look at sneaking past, seeing it's there on the road. We can go off road if we need to.
Uncle thinks it'll be fine anyway, I think.
Yeah. It's like, I can't quite remember, but I'm sure it'll be fine. My
Can I,
optimism
like,
knows no bounds.
Can I like butt in with my knowledge?
Yes, you can.
Hang
You
on.
can assist.
I get stealth with advantage, right? Because of the
Yes,
magic boots.
that's right.
So I have an advantage check on the stealth.
Yes, I would say so. You put that as disadvantage, so this actually is the 16.
So 16 I would have rolled.
Yes. If you at the top of your page, you've got the toggle. If you want to put that,
Yeah, my bad. I clicked the wrong side.
But yeah, so you eat very easily. Like you saw the figures on the horizon with your keen eyes. You got down, you crawled over into the long grass, and peered down to the ridge, and you saw the guards standing there, just kind of like, not even looking like they're really standing at attention. They're kind of like kicking the dirt, like one of them smoking a cigarette. Very much whilst no one is here, they're giving off this impression that they're like really relaxed and not really doing their job like they should.
Can I do a check to see if there was like a way around?
Yes, make a survival check.
Oh, that's just normal. That's not advantage, right?
Yes, that would just be regular. Yeah, so very much you look around this this area and trying to find a way past. Unfortunately, to the right or the west, you can see this large, like, rocky hill kind of emerging from the ground that would make it quite hard to get the cart past. And to the other side, the east, there is a large swath of land that you guys could go around, but they would see you. Like, it's very much open plains here, so even though it's good
so there's
for,
no way around.
there's people, you can see people approaching, but realistically, if you're coming through with a cart, you're not going to move through at a speed and silent rate where these guards aren't going to see you to some degree.
Can I kind of like pop my head out of the car and just shout along? What was that place called again? Like, knowing that I might have history of it.
Yeah.
So this is we're heading up to Swinemouth, is it?
Yep.
So it's a checkpoint towards Swinemouth. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you want to make a history for us, John. Nice. Okay, so 10. So you have heard of Swinemouth before. You very likely travelled through it on the way to the north.
There's nothing in there.
So something to keep in mind is Swinemouth is known for its farming, specifically its animal husbandry in the area. They raise quite a lot of pigs, hence the name of the place, that has this almost smoked texture to the meat, even fresh from slaughter. And that's how the region brings a lot of cash into the area. You know that the inn's called the Butterbelly Inn, and it's quite a large inn, one of the better ones that you've seen in this region. And that the Baron of the town is named Ganth, Baron Ganth, who's a tall and broad human.
Uncle thinking of the the meat starts kind of moving on a bit faster.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but so I think we're just gonna rock up to them. So are we? Rock up to the checkpoint.
Cool. If that's the case, we'll just because he's got his headphones off, I'll put Zach in the cart for now, And as you guys approach, let me know if everyone sees this.
A horse.
Cool. Yeah, you guys pull up to these two guards who very much, when they saw you on the horizon, very much started standing at attention. They both have these large pointed spears and this chainmail armor that covers them, very much emblazed with the roaring lion of the Lycan family.
So as we rock up, I just go, "How are your boss?"
So, alright, stay there. I need to take a look at your cart, make sure you're not bringing any illegal goods down into Swinemouth. We've had quite a few instances of that recently, coming from Decapole.
And I'm sure. I suppose I just let them. We wouldn't have anything to worry about, though. I'm guessing, or would we?
Well, unless you wouldn't think you have anything to worry about, but
Yeah.
potentially someone might have some, I don't know, Fey Funk or, something on them. I'm not sure. If anyone, it's probably Ash. Knowing how she let
Yeah.
the commander die. So
Yeah. No, I say, yeah. No bother, boss. Work away.
cool.
All yours.
What's everyone else doing while this takes place?
I
Does
be
he?
rolling to check if I remember I have anything on me.
Cool, sorry, the Spotify keeps cutting out, guys. Just let me know if you can hear.
Mine's running.
Cool. Cool. Zach, I put you in the car just because you had your headphones off. But is there? Would
Yeah,
you?
no worries.
Would that be where you would just chill if you would come back from a scout? Cool.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Wait, is it like it's not a covered car? I can still see around, right?
No, it is a covered car. It has the linen top to it.
I'd maybe get on the front then.
Okay.
There's room next to Uncle.
Yep. Put you there for now and just say that is where it is. So yes, Ash, you would know, unless no, I don't think you would have any illicit substances on you. Maybe some sort of like rare fish that gets you high, but nothing that is super obvious. So yes, is anyone else doing anything?
I think I'll just carry on reading, kind of the back,
Your pine cone.
kind of feeling like I haven't got anything to hide.
Yeah. So you turn, one of the guards kind of stands by the horse, starts petting it, keeps a hand on it, just make sure you guys don't kind of like cat off. This guy rolls around the back, and as he peers in, he sees you kind of look at him, Sparkles, with this look of like, oh, this is a waste of my time, and you just go back to your book. And I'm assuming you just kind of chilling, Zach, by the front. Cool. As he goes back down there, he kind of turns back around, and he stands next to you, Ash, and he goes to his partner. They seem to have a large treasure chest of some sort at the back. Quite locked up, I would like to say. And the other guy goes, oh, right. Well, I guess there's only one thing for it then. And then he kind of takes a step back, takes out a crossbow, points it at you, Zach, and he says, your money or your life. As he says this, you see on the ridge behind you a group of bandits come out from the brush that was sitting on the edge.
Are they? Well, I guess I need to make a perception check to see if they're like trying to get a vibe if they're with the guards or if they're doing their own
Yes,
thing.
you would assume so. You'd just assume so, since the guy was like, money or your life, points a crossbow at you, and then all these bandits come out of nowhere and start pointing crossbows at you. You very much get the impression now that these aren't actually Lycan Guard. These are bandits dressed in the uniform of Lycan Guard to do this exact thing, stop people, check if there's anything worth stealing, and send them on their way.
Steal it.
And as he does this, the one next to you, Ash, drops his spear, draws a sword, and puts it to your throat.
Do I have any weapons?
You do. You have a sword and shield. You can resist it if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not gonna resist. I'm gonna let him come at my throat, and I'm gonna grab my pocket sword and try and
My
stab
pocket
them.
sword. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's straight to violence. Definitely, I can't blame you with that one. Is anyone else doing anything while this happens? What is everyone
I was gonna say I kind of look to Uncle for
I was going
like
to
an order.
stand up and just put my hands up as well. Said, you know, no need for all this. I'm sure we can come to an agreement.
And as this happens, you see Horns next to you stab the guy or attempt to behind her. Okay, can everyone roll initiative for me? It's at the top of your character sheet. Make sure you
click initiative.
Yeah, make sure you're clicked on your token first. Oh, that is rough, Jordan. You're still reading your book, like what? What?
Something's happening.
Yeah. As I say, make sure you guys click on your token first before. Oh, do you know what I didn't? Yeah. I don't think I.
Tokens on this page that take a turn.
Sorry, what do you mean by clicking token?
So you see your the character you are on the page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's your token. That's what you're going to be controlling in this combat encounter. If you click on it and then press initiative, it adds it to the list.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Obviously, just set.
What am I doing with the token?
So if you click on it, I'm not.
What?
You know what? I don't think I actually gave it a control by to any of these. So I'll quickly do that. That's my bad, guys. Sorry.
I don't think I can click no.
Okay, you should be able to control yours now, Zach. Jordan, you should be able to control yours.
What am I controlling against? Oh, sorry, I missed that bit. You said
your token. So that's like your picture on the board here.
Oh, I see.
Is that a cat?
I'd hope so.
No, it's a dog.
Aww.
Hello! Oh!
You know what? I thought you was actually joking at first.
Down, Bobby.
Oh, sorry. No, I now know kind of know what's going on. So we're clicking our tokens on the map. Is that right?
Exactly. Just check. Move them left to right just to see if you can actually control them. Ash, you should have control over yours now. I think everyone.
I can't move mine. I can tell.
Let me. You should be able to if you click on it and then. Cool.
I see the turn order there.
Yes, exactly. Obviously, set yours. Oh no, you did set it to 18. Nice. Oh, yours would be 10 because that would be your first roll. Cool.
I was in the wrong mode. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Cool. Let me.
All the zeros.
So what do we do with these initiative checks?
So initiative is how ready you were for this combat. So the people who went first, they take their turn first. Make sense?
Yeah.
I'm just going to take this jumper off. Bear with me. So yeah, Zach, you rolled a natural 20, which means you're probably going to be more prepared than anyone else. I'll quickly add everyone. Jordan, unfortunately, you got a natural 1, which means you're still effectively reading your book.
Uncle hit the same, didn't he? He hit.
Yeah. Oh, did he? No, I'll say he got a 25 because his dex is slightly higher. But yeah, I'll add him. So yeah, Uncle is going to be like on this. So cool. Actually, descending. Cool. Okay, so we start with you, Uncle. Ash. Part of, even though I know you went to stab, this would be on your turn during the initiative. Okay.
Okay.
So Uncle.
Uncle's gonna hop behind the. Just gonna like swing out to the other side of the thing in cover here, and he's gonna take out his crossbow, light crossbow, and just go to aim to shoot this guy, the guy on the left.
If you hold click on where you want to shoot, it does this, so people can know what you're talking about.
Perfect. So yeah, I want to aim for the head for this guy to shoot with my crossbow.
Cool. I will say, just be aware when you're making ranged attacks that stuff in between you and the target will affect how easy it is to shoot them. So there is a horse in between you guys, so this guy would have like half cover, for example, so it would be slightly harder to land a shot.
Who's he shooting at, sorry?
He's shooting at this guy here.
Okay.
Bear in mind though, you do have 25 foot worth of movement, so if you wanted to shoot him first and then move behind the cart, that's completely acceptable.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll do that. So.
You're playing chess back there, Jordan.
And how does?
Oh, dear.
How far is like a square?
A square is 5 foot. Every square is 5 foot on this grid. So you should be able to move 6 spaces. For James and Ray, it will be 25 because they're short-legged folk.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to click light crossbow.
Yep.
Shoot him, shouldn't I?
And then, yep, that hits.
Yeah.
So if you want to roll damage for us.
And then you just click damage then beside it, is it?
So if you click light crossbow in the chat, just under where in the chat, if you click on the light crossbow word, it will do the damage.
Oh, sorry.
Cool, 9 piercing damage. Wow, this guy almost, like, you see this bolt leave Uncle's crossbow and slam directly into his neck. He kind of, like, takes a step back. You see blood starting to pour forth. He's not dead, but he's very close to dying. And this guy is wearing full chainmail. Like, that was a very good shot. Cool, and then you move behind the cart, you said, to kind of give yourself some cover. Cool, it is now you, Nettle.
Okay, so
I
this
guess
guy
you reload it
looks-
as well, don't you, Ray? I assume
He looks
so.
pretty preoccupied.
Yeah, you would say that as he's grabbing his throat, like blood.
So I'm going to turn and take a shot at one of these guys up here. Who's like, which out of them is ready to attack first?
They all seem like they're going to be taking their turns at a very similar time.
Okay, so I'll
Something to worth mentioning now, actually, because there is a few ranged people in this group. If you halfway down the left side list is a ruler in a circle, and you can actually use that to check how far everyone is away from you to see distance.
Oh, I see.
Say that again, sorry.
And are any of these guys like obscured other than being on this slight ridge?
A little bit, yeah. They're not a
All
lot,
similarly sheltered, are they? So it's not like it really matters who I'm firing at.
Exactly. Ray, on the left side, halfway down, there's a ruler in a circle, and if you click on that, you can use that to measure the distance between you and an enemy.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Alright, so yeah, you're going to take a shot at one of these?
I'm going to take a shot at this guy.
Okay, go for it.
You see him? You see the one I'm targeting?
Which one, sorry? Yeah, do it again.
This guy.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll with my longbow.
Yeah, so you see Nettle.
Yeah.
Just to roll attack for us.
And then I kick the longbow again.
Oh, does it actually come through?
Yeah, 9 piercing on this guy.
No, I think... Oh, there we go. Fucking hell. So you guys are on top of it. Yeah, that does hit. So a 13. These guys are only wearing leathers that are looking down from the ridge, so they're a lot easier to hit. And as you just kind of get out your bow almost instinctively, shoot at him, and again, it kind of just pierces the leather armor, goes straight through him. What are you doing now?
Then I'm also going to run behind the carriage to get shelter from the other three archers on the ridge.
Cool. Move yourself as you would. Nice. Cool. And
leave Jordan to get bucked. But, yeah.
Well, to be fair, he's in the carriage at the minute, so.
There's only a bit of linen, isn't it?
Huh?
Oh, they will know.
The two guys on the floor would, to be fair.
Yeah.
But they're both preoccupied.
Yeah, they didn't specifically shout. They were like, "Oh, there's a treasure chest back here." These guys aren't super. They should have probably got their priorities right. Like, there is also a wizard and a paladin.
Yeah.
And
some guy reading books ignoring me.
Yeah. So this guy is actually going to kind of like with his hand still around his throat. He's going to try and come at you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he gets up to you, Ray, and he's going to swing at you with his sword. As he again chucks the thing to the ground. 16, does that hit?
16, sorry.
So what's your AC?
16.
Yeah, AC is 16.
Yeah.
Cool, so unfortunately that does hit. If an AC is equal to the attack roll, that does hit. So he manages... comes at you with the sword, and he does manage to clip you, and he's going to roll a... And he hits you for 7 damage as the sword strikes your shoulder and kind of like scrapes the top of it.
Fair play to this guy with a bolt in his neck. Still getting some damage in.
Yep.
Does it automatically take off health, or do I just do that myself?
You got to do that yourself, yeah. The one that has got you, Ash, is going to kind of step back with you. It's going to go here. And he kind of shouts to the rest of you, like, "I'm warning you. I'll slit a fucking throat if you don't put your weapons down now." And that's going to be their turn. Ash, it's you. And you wanted to stab him in the face, didn't you?
Yeah. So he's got me by the neck, and I've already got my sword in my hand. And the last time I tried to attack him, it didn't hit.
No. So this would be the first time you tried to attack him because it goes from initiative order. So he's not aware of you trying to stab him yet. So this will be you going like.
Exactly. I want to do that. What do we need to roll?
So if you want to click on the longsword, one-handed or two-handed if you got two-handed, but roll with disadvantage, toggle that at the top of your character sheet first, as he has got you grappled in one arm. Do you see, so you see at the, oh, there you go. So if you roll another one, because there we go. So it'd be the second one, and unfortunately that doesn't hit, so you won't need to roll damage. As you're trying to like stab him from behind you, he's kind of like, stop, please. Is there anything else you'd like to do for your turn?
I don't think there's anything I can do. Like, I can't walk away. I can't attack again.
On your next turn, though, if you do think it's a preferable option, you can actually, because you're quite strong, you can just try and shove him away from you. He doesn't look. He's like a regular strength kind of guy, and you're not like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger, but yeah, you're built. Okay, and now it's all going to be the bandits on the ridge, and they're going to start just peppering at both you and both Nettles and Uncle. So let's see.
I might get Sparkle's attention though, at least.
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah, this is gonna be what wakes him up.
Yeah, like he's sitting in the car and it's all all through.
Didn't hear the screaming of two guys getting pierced either.
No.
Still reading his book.
Okay, so actually none of them hit as you guys are behind the car. They're all just thudding into the car, but yes, very much Sparkles. You do see these bolts flying past your ears in the car, and you're like, what the fuck? And this kind of gets your attention as it's now your turn.
It's my turn again, is it?
No, it's Sparkles.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So I'm still in the cart with just holes in the leathers all around me.
Yeah.
Okay. I take it I literally can't see anyone then. So
you can step out the cart though.
Yeah. So if I move,
Unselect the ruler, I think, on the left-hand side.
that makes sense.
Or select the little mouse symbol, mouse pointer.
That's sound. So if I move like there,
Yep.
can I like tuck myself in here a bit?
Yeah.
If I walk round, so I'm kind of behind the cart.
Yeah, you've definitely got a lot of good cover from a lot of them. Maybe this guy right on the ridge here might have a good shot on you, but everyone else is pretty much.
Jordan also has a good shot on him.
Yeah, that's true. He is a wizard.
Yeah, so in that case, and then I might try and.
Now you'll find out why they call me Sparkles.
Oh, I did not mean to click that.
Sticks his finger up and a little sparkler comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would go to use a fire, the
Fireball.
thingy one.
Cool. Who are you using on? I assume this
I'm
guy.
going to use it on that guy on the ridge. Yeah.
Cool. If you want to do a roll to hit for us, then please. I don't think actually with your you filled out your attacks, did you? Which is fine. We don't have to worry about it now. So all you got to do on the dice on the left-hand side of the screen, if you want to roll a d20, because I think for cantrips anyway, it's just a flat d20. Well, plus your modifier, which is +4. So that's 19, so it does hit. So if you want to roll a d10 for us, please.
A d10. Do I need to use it on a spell or anything, or?
No. Just roll a d10. Well, after today, I'll put some of these spells into for you. Nice. Okay, so this guy, you come out of there. You kind of conjure this flame in your hand, and then you shoot it up onto the ridge, and it just engulfs this fucking poor guy. And he kind of screams, drops his crossbow, and he's not dead, but he's definitely like gonna fall back now onto the floor.
Just a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So like the two guys who've been shot.
Yeah.
This guy, him, and him.
Yeah.
If we just leave them, will they like bleed out, or is that not really a thing? Is there like bleeding damage that could finish them off in the next turn, or do we need to hit them again?
You're probably going to need to hit them again. There are definitely weapons that do dot damage, but you guys don't have any of those at the minute.
Like similar to this guy on fire, he's not just gonna burn up and die. No.
So
he's still alive.
the thing is, with this there is in most spells, but as you see in Jordan's spell description, with a firebolt, because it's just a cantrip, stuff worn by a person doesn't catch fire like that. So it's like melting his flesh, but he's not on fire as per se.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, Uncle.
Sorry, I am going. So if I have a crossbow in my hand, can I just change?
Yes,
easily, or
exactly. With a free action, which everyone gets a turn, your turn is broken down into four parts: movement, action, bonus action, and free action. Free action is interacting with the environment or your equipment. So with one free action, you can change and get your sword out from your crossbow, or you can reload your crossbow, for example.
Oh, okay, sword and shield, or just sword?
No, to strap a shield on because it's a little bit more cumbersome. That's actually an action as well.
Okay, so I will just take out. I'll drop my crossbow because I think it'll be quicker, and then just grab the falchion.
Yep.
And then just go to slash your man who just hit me.
Yep. Okay, if you want to roll to it. Fucking yeah. Even with this armor, like you hit him perfectly at knee height level where there's little armor, and he kind of, if you want to roll damage for us. Yeah. So how do you want to do this? How do you want to kill him?
First swipe totally takes off his leg from the knee, from just below the knee, and he falls down, and then I just like drive my sword into his neck.
God,
and give it a bit of a twist.
What a character arc! Like the session started, he was smoking a cigarette, he was just playing, like talking to his friend, and it went to one of the most brutal deaths I think I've ever seen in D&D, where he's just been shot through the throat and then like taken off his leg at the knee.
Dismembered.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Do you want to move anywhere?
I might move towards maybe here. But I still be in cover there, wouldn't I?
Yes, but less so. Obviously, right up next to the cart, you've got that wooden frame and the wheels as well. This side, it's not going to be as much cover because you're a bit further away.
Yeah, no, I think I'll move there because I'll try and help Horns. Yeah, and then that's my move.
Cool. Nettles. Or Nettle.
So I got two questions here before I do my moves. First off, can I like move to here, attack, and then move back?
Yes, you can.
Or can you move one? And also, if I was to shoot this guy who's got horns, how would that work? Like, so is he, she an obstacle right now, so that makes it harder for me to hit.
Exactly.
But if I move, I don't know, over here, does that reduce disadvantage?
It does.
Or the disadvantage?
Yeah.
Okay. And also with that shot, is there a chance that I could fuck up and shoot horns?
Like if you roll on that one, potentially.
Okay, so it's pretty low risk.
Yeah. So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah.
Session 1, it's like, oh, you fucker, you let the commander dive and they shoot her.
Just pretending the combat is I was trying to help. Right, okay, I'm
okay, I'm not the favourite after.
I'm going to leave that one for Uncle. Horns, I think they can handle that.
Yep.
Well, I'll jump out to here.
Yeah. Fucking John Woo style, slow-mo, just...
And I'll take a pop at him.
Yep, go for it.
Let me take my arrows down. I've got 19 now.
Oh, yeah, so that hits easily. Do you want to roll damage? Again, you guys are rolling a lot of 9s. Yeah. So yeah, again, like you shoot the arrow and it kind of whizzes through. It doesn't have much time to react, and you get him directly in the stomach, and he kind of bends over and it's, oh, you fucking cunt.
Yep. And then I'll drop back into cover.
Yeah.
Next to Jordan.
Next to Sparkles.
Next to Sparkles, sorry.
Cool, is that your turn? Oh, and I guess you
what other actions do I have left?
So if you've got any of your abilities that can use a bonus action, you can do that. And with a free action, of course, I assume you're going to be loading your arrow
into your I'm going to load
bow.
That. No, so that's the end of my turn, yeah.
Cool. Okay, it's the guard with Ash. And he's going to see you run up, Ray. He's going to... Sorry, Uncle. He's going to kind of pivot, so he's next to you, and take a swing at you with his sword.
Damn. Right on.
and he fucking completely fails. Like he's swinging, but because Ash is kind of holding onto his arm. Sorry, Horns is holding onto his arm and like dragging him about as well. He doesn't have much control, and as he's like, trying to swing at you, she's kind of like pulling him to the side, so he misses completely. And now it's your turn, Horns.
I can't hear you.
My leg and drive it back towards his crotch with such force that it could shatter my ankle.
Yeah, what most people don't realise is tieflings have horns on their heels as well.
Oh, really?
If you'd like to make a strength contest for us, please. So this is the first example of contest, which means I'm going to roll a strength, and Ash is going to roll a strength, and whoever wins to get their way in that encounter. So if
Is
you
he
click
at a disadvantage for the? Is the guard at disadvantage because he's got his sword out?
no, he's
one
not.
hand?
He's not at disadvantage.
Okay.
But yeah, he's a normal guy, and Horns is like a warrior. So I'll be surprised if he wins. Yeah, and as you say, like you fucking kick him in the groin. He's like, "Oh, my fucking dick!" He takes a kind of like takes a few steps back, and you're free. So unfortunately, you're not going to be able to take a swing with Tactic's turn because that was your action. But now you're free to, move if you want, all that good stuff. Just be aware as well, because you are next to him, if you do move out of his area of influence, which is like going from right next to him to somewhere else, he gets a reaction, which allows him to take a swing at you.
Then I'll stay.
Cool. Okay, and it is now the bandits on the ridge. Two of them are going, well, one of them is going to fire a bolt at you, Ash. That's a 9, so that goes wide. One of them's going to fire one at you, Uncle. And again, like they're just panicking at this point. Like you guys, usually they hold up people and there's not much resistance. You guys come out, you've like shot fucking 4 arrows. One of them's bleeding to death on the ground. One of them's kicked in the dick, and another one's on fire. Like they're like, what the fuck is going on? These two are going to have a shoot at you, Zach. And both of those miss. And the last one is going to try and shoot you, Jordan. What's your AC, Jordan?
10.
This one hits. So you take
One guy not injured.
You take 3 damage as the bolt kind of clips the cart and just manages to get you like in the shin. You're like, fuck! It doesn't embed itself in you; it just kind of scrapes across your clothing.
Can I use the item, the rod?
If you want to put the ability in the chat just so everyone can see what it does, but I think they might have to hit you with a melee attack. Oh no! No, you're right, you can. So, yeah.
Get my rod on him.
Yeah, so I need to make a dex save.
2D lightning. Awesome.
Yeah, so... No, I don't make the save. So, yeah, you see the... Okay, so, Jordan, do you want to roll 2d10 for me, please?
2d10.
That's a very cool item. I like that.
Yeah, fucking hell. So this guy who just shot you...
Which is the one who shot him?
It would have been this guy here. So,
Okay, the uninjured one.
yeah, so Jordan's like... Well, yeah, you explain what we see, Jordan. Describe to us what we see your character do.
So, basically, he shot me. As he's shot me, I get out this rod that starts basically glowing, and then all of a sudden, a bolt of electricity just zaps him.
Yeah, so this a rod would be your staff. This would be the one in your backstory, Jordan, that your mentor gave to you.
Does the bolt come from the sky or from the rod when it does it?
What do you think, Jordan?
The sky. It'd be fucking awesome.
Yeah, so it's literally
Like Thor's hammer sort of thing.
yeah. And yeah, that guy's dead. So how do you want to do this? What does everyone see as you kind of like step out and you're like, die?
I think it'd be cool if like a bolt just goes through and his head like fucking explodes as it like goes through his whole body.
He's like the worst He-Man ever.
Everyone just kind of looks over like fucking hell.
Yeah. And now it's actually your turn, Jordan.
Sick. I'll use fireball on the same guy again.
Firebolt, yeah.
Firebolt, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. If you want to roll it.
Yeah, is it a D20? Yeah.
Yes. And then add your modifier, which is +6, I think. And yeah, that hits. And I won't... actually, no, yeah. Roll to how much damage you do.
D20 again, yeah.
No, it's D10 this time.
D10.
Yeah, so this guy dies. How do you want to do this?
I think with him, literally just fireball and fire bolt straight to the chest. And as it like hits him, it like spreads across his body. As
Yeah, you see him like fly back.
Incinerates a bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Kind of like just turns into ash as he falls backwards.
exactly. Do you want to move, or is that you done?
Yeah, I'll move just a little bit more behind cover.
You mean your ally?
Yeah, I just want to help him a bit more.
Meat
Yeah,
shield.
a bit more. Just holding on
Yeah.
to him.
I'm not injured yet, so I've got 2 fresh-ins.
Fucking
Bodyguard.
uncle.
So I'm just gonna go straight and take a slash at the guy closest to me.
Cool.
So
Well, actually, if you move around to this side, you actually get advantage because he's flanked on either side by you and Horns.
oh, cool.
So you get advantage on your attack. So if you toggle the advantage button, then roll to hit.
Perfect. I scurry. I think Uncle Scurry is a lot. Drunk on that. So advantage and Falchion to hit.
Cool, that hits. If you want to roll damage.
11.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So how do you want to do this?
So what kind of armor is he wearing?
He's wearing like the Lycan Guard chainmail.
So I'll try to go for a gap in between. Say he's kind of pants and his armor, and I just try to disembowel him.
Oh
just
my
slash.
god! So you kind of like go up and then through. Yeah, man.
It's like, yo, I can't hit too high, so what I do is just go for like weakest armor and slash and
Yeah, for
have his
reference.
guts spill out as he falls.
Yeah, for reference, Uncle is like 3 foot high. He's a hobbit, so like all
Oh,
of his
yeah.
all his attacks are quite low down. But yeah, you guys just see this guy drop his weapon and like fall to his knees, holding his stomach. And at first you're like, what the fuck? And then you see all the entrails like poking out from underneath like the chainmail that he's wearing, and he falls down dead. Do you want to move now?
Yeah, I'll just move here a bit, and I can't do anything to Horns to help her kind of get over towards the cart either, can I?
No,
Turn?
unfortunately not. That'll be movement on her turn.
So I moved once, so already, so can I move there, or can I move there?
So let's see. You
Sorry,
can,
I was here, so
yeah, you can get all the way to the cart if you want. Oh, sorry, no,
Okay.
to here because you're 25 foot. I forgot you're a little bit on the smaller side.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
Nettle.
I'm gonna jump over to here.
Yeah.
Take another shot at the guy on the ridge.
Yeah, go for it. The
This
damage one.
here.
Okay.
Yeah, no, both damaged, aren't they?
That guy's damaged. There's one undamaged over here, but yes, but those 2 are damaged. Those have both got one of your arrows in their body.
Yeah. So I'm going to just take another shot.
Yep. Yeah, you hit. And I'm not even going to make you roll damage because he's dead. Like, he was so
Okay.
close to... How do you want to do this?
Yeah. Just clean shot straight through the eye.
Yeah, fucking hell. Like, when I planned this encounter, I was like, yeah, it's going to be a really good, like, use of the environment. They're going to have to hunker down and attack, and it's going to be quite
Everyone's
close.
apparently just
And everyone's just like, pow, pow, lightning, fire, arrows just through all the bodies.
how many real-time seconds has it been? Maybe 20.
So it's
seconds or-
been in real-time seconds. It's been 18 seconds so far.
18 seconds.
Every round, that you,
yeah, we
yeah,
absolutely just annihilated them.
every round that happens is 6 seconds long, and all the attacks are supposed to happen like simultaneously. So you guys are literally like, yeah, fucking wrecking shop right now.
I like gone full Legolas on this one.
Yeah, are you staying there, Zach?
Yeah, I'm going to stay here because there's the one guy left, so I'm still in shelter, but
Yeah,
in a position to get around to him.
cool. Ash.
Yeah. My guy is dead, so I'm gonna run to take cover beside Uncle.
Cool.
Do you have any range weapons, Ash?
I don't think so.
You do. You have 2 hand axes.
How do you throw them?
Yes.
Like throwing axes.
Exactly. That's exactly what they are. You can use them normally as well, but they are meant to be thrown.
Okay, so before. Oh.
So yeah, so they've got a 20-60 range on them, so you can throw them at 60 foot, but it will be at disadvantage. But it's worth the go if you're not going to be doing anything else.
I have to move up a little
65
bit
foot.
closer.
So yeah, if you go there before you ran into that other space, you could take a shot at that guy. Fucking Call of Duty, like, you know, Black Ops, just across the map.
It's a lob, yeah.
So if you want
I'll
to
do
click the
that
disadvantage toggle and then roll to hit with your hand axe.
What is the disadvantage?
Right at the top of your character sheet.
Yeah.
And then yeah, if you click the hand axe in the attack section just above your inventory. That actually hits. Well, actually, you need to roll again because that for some reason disadvantage didn't come through there. But yeah, so roll to hit one more time. Yeah, you hit him. You fucking done it. You fucking hit him from across the map. If you'd like to roll damage.
How do I do that?
Actually, you don't. Yeah, you don't even need to roll damage because Zach's already hit him in the fucking punctured a lung. So this guy looks down at the arrow in his body. He's like, oh my god. Looks up and just a hand axe hits him in the head and he falls backwards. And this last guy, he's not even gonna continue this. He's just watched all his friends die and he's gonna run.
Oh, there's a guy over there. I didn't even see it because under the turn order thing, I didn't even realise there was a guy there.
Oh, you can drag that if you would like to.
Yeah, I just realised now.
Ultimate stealth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uncle shouts at Nettles to try and take a shot at him before he goes. Can I try that? As he runs away?
Yeah. Okay, if you guys want to all take one last shot, like Hail Mary, Zach's range is fucking insane, so he's gonna have a few shots.
I get disadvantage up to 600, don't I?
Yeah.
600, isn't it?
Yeah. So what will I be rolling at disadvantage here?
This first one will be within 100 feet, I think.
Yeah, 150 feet I've got, so...
No way.
Come on, Zach.
Oh.
Yeah, he's
You
dead.
wanna run a bit
Well, actually, no.
closer
Roll damage, because you might survive this. Okay, all nines, all nines. So he's still,
What can I say, man?
he's
I'm
still
good with the
alive. He's still alive. And
But do I hit him in like the back of the knee, so he's crawling now?
roll one more with disadvantage, because as he just slightly makes out your comfort zone. Oh my god, you fucking execute him from like 200 foot away. Just like...
Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome.
God, fucking hell, I didn't think you guys
I'm not normally that good.
Yeah. I didn't think you guys were going to be as dominant as that. Did anyone take any damage? I think...
I took a big hit, alright. I'm on 6.
Sparkle's got grazed.
Yeah. I'm on half HP.
Oh yeah, wizards are literally like tracing paper in terms of like armor. It's probably a good thing.
Tree, though. Do you have 6 hit points?
I'm a shattered glass cannon.
Yeah. Like literally Jordan in that fight in a single turn killed 2 of them with lightning and fire. But at the same time it's like, please, someone, a plaster. Cool. So yeah, what's everyone doing? You don't have to go in initiative now because combat's over.
Can I collect my arrows?
Yes, so
do I need to roll for that, or...?
No, at the end of combat you always take back half the arrows that you expended.
So I spent 5.
So take back 3.
Okay.
So Uncle just goes and checks on everyone, make sure everyone's okay. I suppose he wouldn't know if anyone else was hurt or got shot. He does have a gash himself, but he's checking on everyone else first. And then since there's no kind of commander on site, he's just going to tell people just to check the bodies, check the ridge. Nettles, just do a quick scout to make sure there's no one left.
Cool. Yeah, makes sense. So everyone who is searching the bodies, if they'd like to make an investigation check, Zach, make a perception.
Perception check.
Perception, yeah.
Normal, or do I get advantage, or?
Just normal. Unless you like the way advantage is accrued is you've got to tell me something that you think would make you gain advantage. So say if you climbed a tree first and then peered out from the top of that would give you advantage, for example.
Yeah. Can I just throw out a compliment to Horns on the as I go to check the body for the nice throw with the axe?
Yeah. Archer to archer.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, you guys fucking swept up there. There's a full-on battalion of bandits, and you guys made them look like regular people who just were there to scream. They was like red shirts in Star Trek. They were just there to die.
So, do we check per body for investigation?
Yeah.
No, just one. We'll do.
Yeah. So it's.
How do you do investigation check?
So on the left side of your screen, Ash, you see all your skills.
Go back.
It's in alphabetical order, and it's on there. So it's it's a couple down below history. If you see that, which is your ticked one. Cool.
Who's checking what one? Is there like?
No, this is just for all of them. So if everyone who's
okay.
Yeah, if you want to roll one as well, John.
Yeah, say we would have the tree that would have checked.
Cool. So Uncle and Jordan, the only two. Sorry, Uncle and Sparkles, the only two who really got hit. I kind of like checking, but it's more like just walking off like the combat. Ash, on the other hand, sorry. I'm going to have to get used to everyone's new names. Horns, on the other hand, is actually properly going through the bodies, and you managed to find 20 gold horns, as on in the various coin purses that's probably been divvied up.
Drinks tonight, lads.
And does that go? Horn still holds it, and then maybe might divvy it up later, or it depends if she wants to or not. I suppose.
Exactly. Like she found the gold. She doesn't have to tell you. Like
Yeah.
she could be like, no, found nothing, guys.
Yeah, I think people might be pretty trusting though. I think they've been traveling together for quite a while, so
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it's gonna.
That's why
Pass
it's
horns
round on
down.
me tonight. Next time we get to a tavern.
All right, so I think we spend maybe a few minutes just cleaning up and all that, and then.
If you guys want to take a short rest, you can, and that's just a 30-minute break where you guys can roll a hit die to get some HP back.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah, I'd like
that's
to do that.
I'd like to do that
Yes.
as well, very much so. How about medicine checks? Is anyone good with medicine or have a healing kit? Is that more for if someone is?
It's more
saves?
yeah, exactly, stabilizing. It's like on the verge of death. Like medicine can do very little in terms of. It's almost like expected after combat because you guys are fighters that you tend to your own wounds to stop them from. Yeah, sorry, Zach.
With my survival check, can I do anything to help someone out? With the survival, see if there's any herbs around or something to
Yeah, definitely.
to put on wounds.
Rub some mushroom onto.
So yeah, with a 10, this is quite an open field. There's not a whole lot here that you think you could use unless you've come up with a natural cure for bleeding with grass.
Just rub it on his leg.
But yeah, don't. Did you make that perception check to see if anyone else was?
Yeah, I
Oh, you
rolled it
did,
under
yeah.
my last long rest.
Yeah, I see.
15.
I see. Yeah, no, they seem to be the only people here. Nettle would have done like a little circumference sweep of the area whilst he was picking up his arrows that he shot nearly 200 yards out.
Yeah, I went actually quite a long way.
Yeah. So yeah, he's pretty confident that you guys are by yourself. I was just explaining to the rest of these guys, Zach, after combat, you guys can take a long rest to roll a hit die, which allows you to garner some HP back, and that's just like you guys sit down, maybe have some food, do some reading while you do that, or if anyone wants to do anything
short
else.
Rest, sorry.
Yeah.
That'd be a short rest, is it? Okay.
Yeah. So
and how do I roll a hit die? Just to.
So if you go onto your sheet, you see underneath your hit points on the left side is hit dice.
Yeah.
You just click that.
9.
So yeah, you would get 9 HP
normal.
back left.
Oh yeah.
Back.
So
Sorry.
I don't need to do that because I took damage, right?
Exactly. And every long rest, you get back half of the hit die you spend on your short rests throughout the day. So it's a good idea to not use them all, if that makes sense. Obviously, at level 1, you don't have much choice. It's like use it or not. But yep.
So sorry, you hit dice, the D6 thing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And see, this is where Constitution comes into play, because people
D10.
with higher Constitution not only get that D10, but they get the +3 from their con added on top of that. So you're naturally going to be able to get back more HP. So yeah, you got 3 hit points back, John.
Perfect. Exactly what I needed.
So
Perfect roll.
Yeah, I kind of just imagining myself kind of like dusting myself off and just getting in the back of the van again and just
Without a word, you're just
reading
like
a book. Yeah, just reading another book and just kind of like nothing has actually just happened.
Yeah, you guys, as you go in there, you've actually got some light for your book now, as you got like some sunlight shining in through all the fucking bolt holes.
Yeah, John's holding his book
Moving
off
my
to the
book
side.
slowly. Yeah.
Cool. So is everyone getting back on the cart after that then?
Yeah, I think so.
Shall I go scout ahead again?
Yeah. If you're up for it.
Just to make sure there's nothing else coming up.
Just for the time being, of
Seeing as
course.
I didn't spot that one.
Yeah, just
Horns,
for
are you getting on the cart, or are you gonna stay walking?
so
I'm gonna stay walking. My job is to kind of protect the cart, so I'm gonna continue protecting it. I'm a warrior. I'm warrior on.
flashback to the combat where she kicked someone in the dick and then threw an axe. Feminism.
I'm a tough guy.
Cool.
Did you just say feminism? Equality.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah. We'll just say for this session. Obviously, the commander typically has one of the van braces for the of the eclipse, but you can wear it for today, Ray, just so you can utilize that, so you guys can stay in contact while Zach goes off and scouts. Cool. So, do you want to give us a? So, what are you doing? Are you looking for enemies, Zach? What are you doing on the scouting trip?
They are
Just,
there.
I don't know,
I'll be right
anything.
back.
Just seeing what's up ahead. Staying off, like slightly off the path, trying to
Mhm.
stay, concealed. And
Cool.
then
We
just
could-
seeing if there's any other issues coming up ahead, if we'll have an easy journey.
Cool. I'll say actually, because it'll make more sense this way, that you won't have to run ahead of the cart. That you do this during the short rest, as you don't need help healing at all.
I just head straight off.
And then you can come back before these guys leave, or like meet them up further the road. Okay, if you'd like to roll a stealth for me first, obviously if you're trying to be discreet.
Stealth with advantage because of
Yes,
my boots.
yes, sorry. Apologies. Yeah, so fucking almost like a part of the grass. This is very much you're feeling you're back in your stride now. You're back at the mainland. You're not in like the snow-covered tundra where you're like the only way to stay hidden is to cover myself in this freezing cold snow. You can actually use the grass to your advantage, the trees, the rocks, and it feels like home, for lack of a better phrase. If you'd like to make a perception for us then, as you're on your way up.
This is a normal.
Yes. Yeah, so you survey the area again, and you do, you know it would be hard to hide in this area, especially for someone with a keen eye like you, but you're confident that no one around is, like, planning this again. I mean, you guys probably kicked up as much noise and fuss that people are directly avoiding the main road now.
Yeah.
But yeah, you come back, and as I say, you start making your way back down south.
Yeah, just jump on the front of the. Yeah.
And yeah, Uncle puts
Thing.
his legs back up and just starts whistling. Carries back
Yeah.
on.
Like nothing happened.
Yeah.
Cleaning the blood off his falchion. Just like, yep, all in a day's work.
Actually, before, just to go back to kind of what happened there. So when we first came up, could I have done like a perception check or insight check to see were they kind of lying to us or see the people on the ridge?
Yes, you could
Would that
have,
helped?
definitely. Like, if you'd have done a perception check, you might have seen the people on the ridge who are hiding. If you did an insight check, you could have determined if those guards were lying to you at the beginning and see, like, the general vibe, if that was off.
Yeah, and
Because sorry, carry on. Sorry, I won't interrupt.
I was just going to say because like Nettles did a scouting first, but he did, and he went to check up to see what they looked like. What was his perception? So if he got a higher perception, he would have seen the people on the ridge.
Exactly. So they had rolled quite high for their hiding for the ambush. So
Yeah.
guys on the road weren't even attempting to. So Zach saw them off the cuff. But if Zach rolled like 20 plus, he would have seen the guys on the ridge as well, like lying down. It was just unfortunate because perception is one of Zach's better skills, but I don't think he's rolled particularly well. Like even he's got a +5 modifier, so that he's rolling sub 10 on most of these rolls so far.
Oh.
But yeah, it's always
Cool.
the way with this game.
So I think we just mosey on.
Cool.
I rolled high where it counts.
Yeah, literally. It's like I can't actually do any of the ranger stuff, but shooting this bow I'm really good at.
That's what mattered.
Yeah, fuck
He's our
it up.
sniper.
Well, I knew they were there. I just wanted to fight.
Cool. So yeah, as I say, you continue down this dreary road for another 4 or so hours until eventually the sky becomes a little bit darker. You see you start hearing evening birds start making their way out of the nests, the hoots of the owls and such. And at one point, Treacle kind of looks at you, Uncle. And he's like, "Oh, alright, I think we should get the evening gumbo on the go. I don't want to stay up too late. It's been quite an adventurous day." Jordan, you would have actually seen during that entire encounter, he was cowering at the bottom of the cart at the back whilst he was reading your book, as all these bolts were like whizzing over the top of him.
God damn it, Treacle.
Yeah.
So
What's
so
an
what does it mean?
evening gumbo?
Just food, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Camp? He's asking
Exactly.
the camp, is it for the night, is it?
Exactly. He's like, I'm pretty tired. Like, you guys can forward on, but you're still a few days out from Swinemouth as it is, so there's not very much point unless you wanted to get there, like, super
No,
quickly.
it's like, you're right, cuz, okay, and they go and they just, I suppose we just find a place a bit off the road just so we can light a fire and not be seen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we won't do this every single time we stop for camp, but for the first couple of times it'll be nice to hear what everyone's like end of day and start of day routines are, just so that we know that's what everyone's doing in these situations.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll start with you, Jordan. What do you do at the end of the night? Like, as everyone's like set up their camps, got their bedrolls out, and like started a fire, I'd assume, unless you guys would be like, no, let's not do this.
Yeah, I mean, mine would just be kind of creating notes and like basically reviewing what happened that day.
Yeah.
In essentially what is an, diary, but not not
Yeah.
kind of.
It's more like a study book, like a note-taking sort of journal. You're like, yes, lightning and fire plus human equal death.
More research needed.
Yeah. No conclusions
Test
as of
subjects
yet.
will be found soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, just kind of reviewing the day, and then I mean, most of my prep for like the day would be the morning after. So I just kind of read
Relax.
and just basically kind of get ready for
Cool.
sleeping.
Well, you're an elf, so you don't do that. That's all.
Well, try and sleep, but yeah.
Yeah. Cool. What about you, Zach?
So I'm kind of like crouched around the fire, oiling my bow and.
For 8 hours in the night, you're just like Slav squatting.
Yeah. Well, no. So the first bit after setting up camp after eating, I'll maintenance, oil my bow, check my arrows, make sure the fletchings are solid, and then if I'm not on watch, I'll read a book and go to sleep.
Cool. Any particular book?
No, not really. Just whatever,
Sexy tree book, like sexy kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to sum up.
Books and trees.
Yeah. It's like
Free end porn.
yeah, exactly. It's dryads like just covering themselves. Cool. What about you, Ren, Uncle?
Uncle just be seen to the camp, maybe kind of trying to repair bits of the.
Yeah, sewing the holes in the side of the cart shut, like.
Yeah. So just he feels a kind of it's pressure on himself. Just make sure everything's gonna keep going. He takes inventory of everything, just marks it down. Fixes his own equipment. He got a slash, so he's going to try and sew that back together as well, the leather.
Yep.
And then when he gets that done, he's just gonna sit by the fire with the food and just make small chat and that kind of stuff, and try to brighten things up.
As I said earlier, I very much imagine Uncle's the kind of person who has a story for everything. So after the ambush today, it's like, back in 72 when I was ambushed at sea by some pirates, and then it goes off in this long story about.
Or he talks about like a similar situation, but it's always like more is like, I did 20 before, just me one or the guy took on 20 pardons like that. That today was nothing, that kind of thing. But,
you may have shot lightning.
Everything.
Yeah, you may have shot lightning this time, but I was lightning the last time we got ambushed. Okay, what about you, Ash?
I do 30 minutes of capoeira, like the dancing, fighting thing.
Yeah.
Booth squat, maybe.
Just to keep like flexibility up, and then I take out wax and I shine my swords and my armor, and if I'm on watch, I feel dozy. If I'm not on watch, then I just go to sleep.
Well, apparently if you are on watch, you also go to sleep.
Yeah.
Cool, but that's actually a good thing. Watch is typically a 4-hour stint, and obviously through the night, if you don't want to get caught up by some creature, you need to assign 2 people, Ray, to take watch at night. I would recommend one of them being Jordan, because he literally doesn't sleep. Like, he will be awake. Oh. So, being an elf, he will... Like, you just be like,
the other watches.
So is it just one watch?
2 watches.
2 watches, and 1 person each, or 2 people each?
Oh, it's up to you. I
would volunteer for one of them because I wasn't injured.
Yeah. So
and I've got dark vision as a half elf.
Yeah. So actually, I'll do Sparkles and Zach for the first one, maybe.
Okay.
And then I wanted to take care of Horns so she doesn't sleep, so I'll stay up with her. But she has dark vision as well, so So
cool.
first watch Sparkles and Nettles.
Okay, and that's what we'll go to. It's a good point, this situation to get to know about each other's characters. So if you guys would want to, just have that conversation. Just learn, take an interest in other people's characters, because that's where I think half the game is. Like everyone, I've seen both your backstories, which were super intensive and really impressive to me, but other people aren't going to get that unless those conversations are had. That's a good point to come at each other as well.
It's me and Jordan on the first watch.
Exactly. Well, you and Sparkles.
Yeah.
So do I just
Sorry,
turn
Sparkles.
to him and go, so, tramp on then? No.
You both
You're
bond
half-elf,
over
wouldn't you
dryads.
Yeah, half elf. Wood elf descent. What type of elf are you?
I'm Eldrin.
The ones that change shape.
Yeah.
Aren't you?
So basically,
Let me just read your description again, because you're
like a fairy elf essentially.
Cool. Actually, gonna look up what up there.
You're in your autumn form, aren't you? So you're peaceful,
I
calm,
am.
collected, and
So
willing
I'm
to help or
pretty-
support others.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll ask why how did you end up joining the company?
So I was part of basically like a university type academy. But everything was just too set in its ways, and there was no real push for development. So I went on. I left and then got involved with the company through that, and kind of as a chance to spread my wings and actually learn a bit more and be a bit more on the job.
Yeah, learn some on the fly.
Yeah, no, I mean,
apprenticeship over.
Experimenting.
Yeah. So what Jordan's describing there, and you'd be very well aware of this, Nettle, because it's a very famous, prestigious academy, is the Ivory Spire over on the westernmost coast of the island. And that is actually a spire that comes from a civilization that existed before humans. Elves were really the prime races of the world. They're called the Trojan. And at one point their empire spanned the entire world of Tailbloom.
Inherited the spire.
Yes, exactly.
So is it an academy only for elves, or is it just for anyone? It's just probably a lot of elves because they're so old. And
it's
so
for those who wish to pursue the arcane, and anyone can join, but it's not like Hogwarts where like kids are like, oh my god, this is so fun, let's become wizards. It's like serious, like they're super strict there. And as Jordan said, he probably felt it was for Sparkles, it was too restricting. Even though he's like he
wanted to study the dark arts.
Yeah, like lightning and fire.
Yeah. So how long did you spend there, Jordan? Sparkles?
couple of years.
Sorry, break
Not
up.
very long.
How old is Sparkles, Jordan? In my world, elves live forever, so that's going to be quite a hard point of contact.
Originally I was thinking about 100, but then filling out the backstory, I think more like 200 mark, where I'm kind of
I was going to say
considered old, but I'm not like a kid or anything.
Yeah, like I think
knowledge.
elves don't become adults until they're like 150 or something like that.
How old
Yeah,
do
apparently they
half elves
start
live
trancing
in
at
this
100.
universe?
About, I think, 150 as well. I think they. I could be wrong, but
The description on the 5e said it was like up to 180 was.
yes, it would be the same in this
They
world
mature
as well.
like normal humans. They just live a lot longer.
Yeah. How old is Nettle?
Only like 29. Still a young boy.
And something you would actually pick up as well, Sparkles, is when you look at Nettle, you don't see the elf in him. You see predominantly the human for whatever reason. And this is one of the reasons people kind of look down on half elves. It's because when elves look at them, they see the human side, so they can't relate. And when humans look at them, they focus on the elven side, and that can't relate from that as well. So they're kind of like almost always social outcasts, which it probably explains.
People were mean to me.
Yeah, and why Joy's shooting people with a longbow so much.
Yeah.
I think as well. I think I like complimenting him on the use of precise shots on that last thing, and kind of ask him, looking at him knowing he's quite young, asking how many kind of situations he's been in of the same.
Not that many, but I did a lot of hunting and tracking for work before I joined the company, so I got pretty good at.
Played a lot of Fortnite.
Yeah.
He's knocked. He's knocked.
Quick scope, no scope.
Yeah. Yeah, I spent a lot of time using the bow.
Cool.
In places where it's awkward to take a shot, so you get pretty good.
Yeah,
Firing between trees.
You very much get this sort of like utilitarian feel from Nettle, I would say. Like even though he's very much accustomed to the land, you feel like even in the city he would know his way around there. He's very resourceful as a person. And as you guys kind of discuss these differences into the night, we'll go into the second one.
I just want to throw out as well, like, I'd probably be quite short with the answers while I don't know you that well. I wouldn't be going into too much detail. I'd be giving you the bare minimum.
That's why they call him Nettle.
And I cast Charm on
two answers.
And as that watch comes to an end, if you guys would like to both make a perception check for me, as let's see if you get ambushed in the night.
Jesus Christ, Jordan's got a better perception than me.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to be that's supposed to be my speciality.
My dark vision's going strong there, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh wait, I've got because we both have dark vision. Does that give you like an advantage when you're rolling in the
It doesn't give you advantage, but people without dark vision will have disadvantage.
Okay.
But yeah, as you guys kind of finish up for the night, you go to bed, Zach, and Jordan, you kind of awkwardly just move back to your bedroll and start reading. You go around and you wake up both Uncle and Horns for their watch for the second half of the night. And just as I said before, guys, like, use this as a chance to get to know each other's characters. So just interesting things that you'd like to ask each other. Please, not
Hey,
all
Uncle.
at once. Oh.
Uncle's gone.
But there you go.
Sorry, I just disconnected there, but I'm back again there now.
Cool. I was just, I'm not sure if you caught that, but it's you and Horns have started your watch now.
So,
Did I use my night vision to like look out the area?
Yeah, if you'd both like to make a perception check, I believe yours would be at disadvantage, Ray, simply because you don't have that equality.
But before that, anyway, just when you finished the watch after being woken up, I would maybe there's some at the fire. There might have been a bit of a kettle still going, maybe a bit of hot water. So I make some sort of drink. Maybe we have a version of tea, or maybe just some leaves that Nettle found that tastes quite pleasant.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely. You say that Nettle found, but also Horns would be definitely. She's very similar to Nettle in this way that they're resourceful. So they're both.
Nettle tea is my speciality.
Yeah, exactly. They're both always like topping up on those kind of amenity supplies, like as you say, like tea leaves that they would find while going, or like nice little treats like berries that they know aren't poisonous. And yeah, there would be a kettle going because Treacle's always up late with a poet at the minute who can't really sleep through the night due to his the fever dreams that he's having.
Yeah, so I get a couple of cups of tea and bring one over to Horns and pass her one and say, "Good job, good job today. You handled yourself well."
Thanks, Uncle. It means a lot coming from you, but you really helped me out there when I was in a tight spot, so cheers for that.
Uncle literally ran up, then run back to the cart because you kicked the guy in the dick and killed him. To be fair, you did disembowel him.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Yeah. So, and then what will I do? No, just say good job and just say, I'm counting you today to keep your eyes open. You can see a lot farther than me.
No problem.
Something to bear in mind as well is that even though Uncle is the lieutenant, he's the second in command, he's a relatively new member of the company. He joined fairly recently, and he's already...
I was trying to think of how I could ask him, but like, there's no segue from that, is there? It's like, oh hey!
Yeah, I think
what brings you here?
This is... Well, that would have been perfectly fine. I think a tendency to have conversations in character, you kind of overthink it as it is. Like, just don't... Yeah, just... Is
just say it.
How did you end up? What's your life story? That will probably take up the whole 8-hour watch as Uncle goes off on it.
It all started back in the boy when I grew up in an inn. It was a simple life,
Uncle.
but a good one.
Yeah.
Hey, Uncle, have you been around these parts before?
Just 4 or 5 times, wouldn't be too.
Yeah.
Too used to it. Actually, sorry. Where was my character born? He said it's the biggest city. So is it the city in the map?
So you would have been. It was not in this country. You're born in the kingdom of Dietrich.
Yeah.
So
this is the place I sailed to, is it? Is that correct? No, because you said.
No, that's Krugotzel. To keep it non-complicated, but very much. I think even though you were born in Dietrich, which is very much like a port city, very human, a big human population there.
Yeah.
He's very much the kid who grew up traveling from town to town. As he said, he's been here 4 or 5 times, and he's probably not exaggerating.
Yeah. So in my 80 years, I've passed you ever. And yourself?
Nah, I mostly stick to the sea. Back in my hometown in Awuvalon.
And I cheers to that. I cheers to the sea as soon as she mentions the sea. I'm like, hey!
Yeah, I think you guys would probably have kind of like Sparkles and Nettle have this elven sort of understanding of each other. You guys are very, cut from a cloth that is a sailcloth, as it were.
Yeah, you'd miss the ocean around these parts, wouldn't you?
Yes. I can't think of anything else other than yes. Sorry. But they
No,
agree.
do you know what my dream is? One of these days, you know, when I leave this battalion company, I'm gonna have my own ship and I'm gonna go on a voyage and catch the most magnificent beast you'll ever laid your eyes on.
We have a goal in the same. I do, actually, more sooner, I think, but I do want to get our ship soon. I think that there's a lot to be made out in the sea, whether it's fish or other things. So,
There's fishing things.
yeah,
He's a poet.
powerful things. So,
Cool.
it's not so, yeah.
So do you think the commander will, you know, bring us towards the ocean on our next after we reach Swine Club?
We'll have to
Swinemouth.
listen to the commander,
But-
but I think eventually all things lead to the sea.
Yeah.
Well, that was poetic
Holy
considering
Ghost.
how you said that last thing.
Yeah.
Like, leading on to that.
around.
Yeah.
Cool.
Character redeemed. And yeah, if you guys would like to make your
Just about.
yeah, if you guys would like to make your perception checks, then please.
Perception.
Ooh, that's rough.
Disadvantage for me
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Another travesty. No, luckily you guys are kind of like really kind of getting into conversing during a watch, and you're not really paying too much attention to your surroundings. Luckily, however, it's quite a quiet night. You guys are in a nice part of the world, and even though there's a slow rain that's kind of coming down, this is really epic music for like a simple watch conversation.
Yeah.
The music soars as I'm like, you guys have a conversation.
So I should mute it here.
Bit of Pandaria.
Yeah.
A good bit of WoW music.
Yeah, like my fucking players for them. But yeah, luckily there's nothing troubling about. You guys are far enough away from the Greyfell Wilds to really incur a serious watch. This is probably just, you know, rightly so from the lieutenant as a...
What's? Sorry, go on.
Thank you. This is rightly so as the lieutenant, like you were ambushed in the day. If people were going to come back, now would be the time that they would probably do it. So having a good watch now would make sense. But yes, Zach.
The Greyfell Wilds, is that pretty rough then?
Yeah. Make a history check for
An
me.
evil forest.
Or a nature check. Your choice.
Oh, what?
History or nature?
I don't have a good chance at either of those, so I'll go with nature.
Yeah, so a 10, that's like a, midway roll. You'd know it's dangerous. It's kind of noted for being a place that most people try and stay away from. Even though there's a ton of lumber there that could be like obtained by a place such as Swinemouth to improve their economy, they literally keep people away from that forest because it's just too dangerous. Too many people go missing, and it's infested with even normal threats like wolves, wolf packs, and bears, but even more arcane, dangerous creatures that you've heard rumors of.
I see. And one more question, which is more just related to the overall story of this.
Yeah.
What was the the thing that killed the beast that killed the majority of the company?
Yep.
What was it we were hunting?
It was.
Do we know much about it?
Make either Arcana or make an Arcana check for me.
God, I should have just asked Jordan. Sorry, Sparkles.
I mean, this could be something that you spoke about. If you'd like to roll an Arcana as well, Jordan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we spoke
Mr.
about
knowledgeable.
it during our watch.
It is kind of his forte.
Because I remember seeing it killing everyone, but I didn't know what the fuck it was.
What was it, Arcana or... Oh, I suppose Arcana.
Yeah, just an Arcana,
The
yeah.
highest, that'd be fine.
Jesus
What
Christ.
the fuck?
Nice. You know the whole backstory.
But Jordan's going
or-
to tell me its full
I think-
backstory
I think
all the
I
way
might
down to
be
when
the
it was like
creature.
first born.
he was the wizard that literally summoned it.
Yeah. Oh, well,
Okay.
coincidentally, I know a lot about that thing.
I was actually mind controlling it the whole time.
So I will share you a picture of what it looks like.
Thanks, Jordan. Thanks, Sparkles.
Yeah, it's like, what was it? Some sort of pigeon or something? So it's a being called a Remeraz, which looks like this, and I'm putting this in the Discord. which is a large, frightening beast. I cannot stress to you enough how fucking devastating to fight one of those is. As I said, it destroyed nearly the entire company.
How big was our company beforehand?
About 60 people.
Whoa, okay, so it was a small army.
Yeah,
definitely.
so
Were we hunting this as a job for gold, or just
yes.
for like glory, or just to help people?
Yeah, like you're at the end of the day, even though you are, you could say you're heroes, you are paid to do jobs. Like you don't just do it out the out the goodness of your heart.
Yeah. And then, sorry, I've got one more question related to this, just to get an understanding. Like with the payment, were we paid any in advance? Are we in debt to some city now?
You're not in debt.
We've also been fucked up.
You're not in debt, and that's the size comparison. Like these things are huge, and they often stretch like 50 foot long, and they burrow. And even when you damage them, their body's got like this internal heat thing that keeps them alive, and it kind of releases that pressure as steam when you hit them, so you burn yourself even attacking it. Like these things are fucking nasty, and it's no surprise that the majority
Long
of
range. Man.
Yeah. It's no
Did you
surpri-
post the picture?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're.
where was the picture?
Oh, you know what? I've put it in the wrong fucking server. That's my bad, guys. I've put that in my fucking server with my college friends. They're going to be like, what the fuck? So I'll put this in the general chat.
Oh, damn.
And this is the scale. That's the exact same picture.
Looks massive. From
Yeah, look at it compared to
Or it
itself.
could be tiny, actually. It could be something you can stand on. Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
I'm the smallest one. Oh damn.
So it could swallow you whole.
Yeah.
Literally, like these things are fucking frightening.
Don't let Uncle get too close.
These are a relatively new phenomena, you would know, Sparkles. They have been something that have existed in the wild, but wizards have kind of taken that species and morphed it into these monstrous beings. And unfortunately, they have a tendency to now move from place to place. You typically colder weather climates, because they're best suited for that burrowing and that heat, inner heat that they carry. But their eggs are tiny, like we're literally talking like caviar-sized eggs. So they can be on ships in the water and like stick to ships and go from place to place, and they're kind of becoming a new epidemic.
And is this what we're hunting?
It was what destroyed the company. You guys have returned, coming back to the mainland. Like we don't have enough people in the company anymore to take on this contract, and you guys are going slowly making your way back to Lycan Meadow, the capital of Welterglen, to talk to whoever it was who gave you the contract. I think. Yes.
I would say, sorry, go on. Would like the companies to be more mercenaries more than adventurers? I'd say that's kind of a different thing. This is like you're joining like an army to fight like these big private contracts maybe.
Yeah.
Or whatever it might be, but they wouldn't be considered adventurers.
Yeah, exactly. So, in days of yore, the company was big enough, like 500 plus to 1,000 strong, that there would actually be regiments, and they would work they would go to like country leaders and offer their services in terms of like large bags of gold. But as the company's kind of dwindled in recent years, it's become more adventurer-esque jobs. Like at the minute, I think the company of the Bronze Lion is noted for its dungeon clearing and like pest control, sort of. Yeah, genuinely. And it got to like you were recently 100 strong, but even that's been going down. And when this contract came about, you lost so many people that there was only 60, which would probably have been a good amount to kill a creature like this. But now they're all dead. You kind of you're almost back at a square one. And this is actually something that you guys will have to decide, like even if it's worth continuing the company or potentially going in a new direction.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah.
did the 60 people die because I fell asleep?
Yes.
Oh.
Horn starts smoking.
Yeah, yeah. But what was the backstory? Yeah, she said she fell asleep during her watch when these things attacked. Is it?
Exactly. It was on her watch, and it came from her side. Because back when the campment was like 60 people, you'd obviously have like 5 people on a watch at a time, and they'd be spread around the edges of the camp. Like there's 6 people, for example, and Ash would have been taking, or Horns rather, would be having a watch on the easternmost side, fell asleep, and that's where it like burrowed into the camp and started wreaking havoc.
So is it like very intelligent or just very aggressive? Like, did it know we were there to kill it, and that's why it attacked, or is it just aggressive and it saw us and? Went for it. Right.
I would say, based on
Those
Jordan
builds in there,
rolls,
yeah.
yeah, it definitely. You would say more aggressive than anything. Like Remorazes are not super intelligent. They're just they're supposed to be like beings of war for wizards, like to guard stuff, like magical artifacts and shit. That's what they were designed to do. So they're just destructive beings, kind of like mosquitoes, I guess. Like you just like, oh, for fuck's sake, but a lot more terrifying.
I see.
Cool. So, if everyone would like to take out a ration from their inventory as you ate the gumbo from the night.
And not everyone has rations though, so it depends on the.
Everyone should have rations. It would be a part of their like explorer's kit and stuff. If it's not in your inventory.
I'll just put the explorer's pack, so I don't actually know what's in that.
Yeah, it might be worth like decanting that and just finding out what's you've got in your pack. But everyone usually starts with 10 rations. But yeah, anyway. So.
Where do I find them?
So if you look at your inventory, Ash, which is the bottom middle of your page.
Yeah.
You got rations there with 10 next to it. If you want to set that to 9.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, so
Underneath
10 rations,
GP.
Okay, so 10 days.
Yeah, exactly there. Ah, shit. Just there. I just put the dungeoneer's
No,
pack,
sorry,
but
not your
wasn't in all
GP,
the-
underneath that. So if you look at the bottom of your inventory, you see you got longsword.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 up from that, or 3 up, you see rations. On the left of that, it's got 10, and we'll put that to 9.
Okay.
Yeah. I just did it for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Cool. I think just for now, we're going to go for that 20-minute break, if that's cool with everyone.
Yeah.
Before we pick up the second part of today. Real quick though, what's everyone feeling so far? How are they finding it?
Yeah,
Good, I'm enjoying it.
Oh, yeah, having a great time.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
Dialogue is very tough. That'll
Yes.
take a long time.
Yeah,
to get
obviously it's session 1. We're not expecting, I'm not expecting the world of you guys. It's more, easing yourself into the character. It's why it's... Earlier sessions are typically going to be... as I say, this isn't designed to make you uncomfortable, but it's just good to throw yourself out there because you'll find you adapt quicker. But yeah, you guys are all doing super well so far. Really impressed, to be honest.
Yeah.
But cool. If we come back here at 1:45 then, and that's where we'll pick up. Nice stuff,
Nice
guys.
stuff.
So you got
Anything?
Hmm.
And then I take a walk around the camp and forage. And gather up my bits and bobs. And get ready to start walking.
Cool. Has anyone got any hobbies that their characters have that they do in their free time, which would usually be in the morning and evening? You don't have to answer now, because you guys obviously very much built your guys to be adventurers, not, I'm going to sit down and read a book kind of people. But
Does a fletching count?
yeah, it does actually.
Spending time with his bow.
I think
Crafting more arrows.
I think
What's fletching?
like making arrows
Yeah.
and bows
Huh? Like making your own bows.
and arrows.
Yeah, and arrows and stuff. Is there a way you can set that up? Like technically, like add an arrow a day or something from literally crafting them.
There is, but you need to be
Technically a hobby.
proficient with a fletching kit, I think. Which
Okay.
is if
And I need to get a fletching kit.
Yes, exactly. And
Yeah, I see.
I'm not sure what your intelligence modifier is, but you can actually get a kit proficiency with if you've got +1 to your intelligence.
I do.
So
I've
yeah,
got
you
12 intelligence.
could probably get an intelligence kit with that ingenious proficiency thing that I put in the chat last night. So it might be worth having a look at that.
But that's only. But I think there is actually some spells I can get, so I will
Cool. Yeah, you'll play by ear.
benefit from like the intelligence that I think.
Cool. And as everyone is getting ready for the day, you see Treacle there with the big cauldron. He's kind of like rubbing it out, washing it down from the night before. Then afterwards he comes up to you, Sparkles, and he's like, do you mind just sterilising this for me? And he kind of tips it on his side.
Sorry, say that a bit again.
He's like, do you mind sterilising this for me? As it kind of reeks from the gumbo. And he tips it on its side and he like kind of takes a few steps back.
Yeah, so I can give it a good clean. Or is there some sort of magic I could cast on it?
Yeah, you could firebolt it, literally like wreath a flame in there, heat it up, kill all the germs.
Yeah.
Like he's washed it out. He's just like, yeah, for fucking. We don't have soap in medieval times, so
Burn off all the bacteria.
exactly. And he appreciates that. He gives it a couple minutes for it to cool down, and he like picks it up with his big cooking gloves and loads it onto the back of the cart. At that point, he kind of gives you the thumbs up, Uncle, and he clambers on. You do see.
Sorry.
Sorry, carry on.
Sorry, well, one thing to ask was in terms of the find familiar pet.
Yeah.
Does that last all day?
Indefinitely. So when it's alive, when you've cast it, it's alive, and that's what I was saying to you. Like you can have already have cast it in the past. I'm saying so you start with it.
Yeah. Shall I cast it like now? If I.
Well, you've already got it. It's just been flying away, and you haven't introduced it yet. So if you'd like to do that now.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll like check in on. So I've got like a hawk, and it kind of takes slightly the appearance of whatever form I'm in as well. So this won't be its wings spread out will be like autumn leaves. But I'll just have that come in and check in on that, and see how that's getting on.
What's its name?
Oh, I haven't actually picked one yet.
What other nicknames did you have? We'll pick. We'll give it one of those. Call
I'll
it
go with
Precious.
Asta.
Oh, Asta. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I like that.
Asta. So yeah, Asta is his like magical companion. You notice that even though this is like a bird, there seems to be something inherently magical about it, and these two form a bond that even people who have owned a bird their entire lives don't really form for this animal. They seem really in tune. And as it comes down, you can kind of see it like hop on his arm over to his head and kind of nestle into his head, at which point it then flies away and then starts just kind of circling the cat. Occasionally you see it like dive bomb and come up with like a rabbit of some sort, and then fly away, like self-sustaining. But yeah, as that happens, Treacle will come out of the cart again, and he goes over to where Poet has been resting, who's kind of still got this intense fever, hasn't really been speaking much these last few days, and he kind of loads him onto the cart as well, alongside of the commander, who's been sleeping a lot due to his injuries as well. And you guys...
Sorry, quick question. Who's Treacle and Poet? Are they NPCs or are they player characters?
They're NPCs. So Treacle and Poet are the two surviving members of the company who aren't played by anyone. Treacle is obviously the cook. He's not really a fighter. He's more... whilst you guys are off on contracts, he'll make sure he looks after all the gear. He keeps tabs on anything that you need doing. Like if you give him an itinerary, he'll get that done whilst you guys are off being heroes. And Poet, he was actually one of the officers of the company. He was the chronicler, and he has this massive book called the Chronicle that's actually thousands of years old, and it details the beginning of the company all the way to the modern day, all the battles, all the people who've joined, all the events.
Awesome.
That's cool.
But as I say, he's very sick at the moment.
Quick question. The Name of the Wind. Have you read it?
No, I haven't.
No, I am. It's the kind of guy like that as well there. Also called Chronicler.
Yeah.
So, very good. So I think we're ready to go. So maybe just Uncle, just before he kind of starts heading off, he just calls out everyone by name, just to get, make sure everyone's kind of there and prepared. So he just shouts Horns.
Yep.
Nettle.
Yep.
Sparkles.
I just kind of look up for my book and nod.
Yeah, and he expects that as well. And then he looks back for you. He doesn't look at everyone else, but for Sparkles, he looks back and just... like,
yeah.
okay.
Expecting the sass.
And then Treacle and Poet gives a shout as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Poet at this point in time would probably be a little
It's
bit...
indisposed.
He waits until Poet makes a noise. And he goes, Butters, and then Butter makes a bit of a neigh, and then they head off.
And he begins his one-line song again.
Yeah.
It's just...
beer.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be something like, let the bodies hit the floor, let the just over and over.
He's kind of like screaming.
Yeah, but for 8 hours a day.
No, it'd be shanty. I'll learn some sea shanties, a few lines of them, just so he can kind of take off maybe.
Yeah, there's one I've heard a lot
yeah.
recently where it's like, something sugar run rum.
Yeah. Sea shanties, something in it.
Yeah.
That one.
Fucking.
They're so popular right now.
Yeah.
It's like a remix and everything, isn't there?
Yeah. Let's play D&D and become like a quartet who do sea shanties.
Yeah.
So yeah, as I say, it's quite heavily raining today, and because of that, the mood very much is sallow. Even Kirk, who usually hangs out the back of the cart smoking his cigarettes, can't really do that because the few holes that have been sewn up by yourself, Uncle, are still letting in water, and occasionally drips fall onto his cigarette, and he's just kind of like given up at this point.
Yeah.
And he's doing his best as well to keep the commander and poet covered from the rain. Kind of positioned his cauldron, like set it up over them almost to catch as much water from dripping onto them. Yeah. And we're going to fast forward for the next couple of days, just as there's no particular events that happen. Does anyone want to do anything in that time?
Do we pass by any like merchants on the road or anything like that? Anyone we could talk to and are they selling anything?
We can buy anything
if we pass anyone interesting, basically.
Yeah. As I say, you guys are in one of the more secluded parts of the map, and there aren't a lot of people who travel this road, especially with the bandits aforementioned. A lot of people try and go to a bigger port rather than go to Decapole, which is very much out of the way for most people to charter a boat. That being said, on the midday on the second day, you would find a merchant, and we'll get to that in a second. Let's just see if anyone else is doing anything in this time.
We'll just do general scouting and hunting. Maybe find a few rabbits so you don't have to waste rations.
Yeah. Do you want to make a survival check then?
Yep.
Cool. So that's
Why
a
is
very...
language proficiency there? Did I accidentally link one?
Yeah, you might have. So yeah, you spend a few days looking for any sort of rabbits, and you do find roughly 2 rabbits worth of food, which Kirk will then incorporate into his meals in those nights. So I will say, because of that roll, no one has to subtract their rations for the next 2 days. If you've already done that, give that back, as Nettle is very much sustaining you guys off the land, like Horns would if you guys were near a coast or a body of water.
Yeah, nice.
Can I do the same with my hawk?
Yeah. Okay, if you want to make a survival check, but with your intelligence proficiency, as it will be for your hawk. So it would be more like your mental synapse sort of connection that you have. So if you've got proficiency with your survival, click that. If you don't have proficiency with survival, just make a intelligence check.
Intelligence check, yeah. Yeah, because my other one's -1.
Yeah, and very much like, even though for every rabbit you seem to find, Nettle brings back 3, you are contributing to that board. So yeah, as I say, you guys won't need to worry about rations for these few days as you guys are sustaining yourself. What about yourself, Uncle and Horns? What are you doing in this time?
I'm climbing trees. Lots of trees. I want to become agile like Attack on Titan warriors do.
Practicing Japanese at the same time.
Doing pull-ups the whole time.
Yeah.
I've literally gone past through and it runs down the road a bit and does more pull-ups.
Yeah.
Training.
Okay, roll an athletics for me, please.
Yeah.
What about you, Uncle?
No, Uncle's just relaxing. Maybe has a pipe out. If you think he would have a pipe, maybe he might be out.
Yeah.
He's running low, let's say. He's running very low, actually, on his pipe.
I think he would be saving it as well due to the weather, as I say. Like, having the pipe out in the open, it's going to put out your long bottom leaf, as it were.
Yeah. So, no, he's just driving, has his hat up, head down, not making... Yeah. It's getting to him a bit now, so the rain and all, so...
Cool.
Uneventful time for...
So Horns is definitely out there, like doing pull-ups on trees, like using the environment to kind of build that dexterous form that she's looking for. However, the injuries from the last fight are still fresh, so you're having a little bit of difficulty doing this. What otherwise would be quite simple for you. Yeah, like it's like fucking Breath of the Wild when it's raining, like you can't climb fucking anything.
Yeah, slipping off rocks.
So you guys just see in the distance, like this silhouette just slipping down a cliff edge. Like good old Horns. Cool. Right, and yeah, as I say, on the midway through the 3rd day, the rain hasn't let up whatsoever, and you come across this merchant. He's a human male. He's about 40 years old, and he seems to be in good spirits. Accompanying him is who you'd assume to be his bodyguard, who's wearing studded leathers and they have a couple of short swords in their sheaths by his side. He doesn't look like he's taking too much interest in you. When you kind of approach the merchant, he kind of sticks around close enough that he can interact with you if you were to pose a threat, but he's not really there for conversation. And just tugging behind the merchant is this heavily laden pack mule that's being kind of drawn by a rope that he has in his hand.
So once we get a bit close, Uncle just shouts, "How are you, boss? Anything for sale?"
Of course, of course. You got anything in mind?
Good rations, maybe a bit of tobacco if you have it. Anyone else? Anything you're looking for?
Anything?
I'd love a bit of port if you have it going.
You want some what? Sorry.
Port.
Port? Oh, yes, of course. Those people up at Decaport always like a good little bit of port. And you want some rations as well, Sonny?
Yeah, if you have them. Just show me what you have.
Yeah. And he kind of starts going through these items that he has, like these large packs attached to this mule. So I've got some rations here. How many are you looking for? They're 5 silver a piece. And you would know that'd be going rate.
Going rate. I'll just grab 5.
Cool. So 5 silver. That is every 10 silver is 1 gold. That's the conversion rate.
So perfect. Yeah, perfect. And do you have any weapons?
No, sorry, mate. I'm not that kind of merchant. I think there is a blacksmith down in Bovenloft. If you want that kind of thing, though. I don't think Swinemouth really have too much going in the way of good steel either.
Do you have any magical items?
He kind of like laughs, tilts his head back. He's like, "No, you'd only get one of those in the cities, lass." What? I mean, yeah. Sorry.
All right, Uncle.
Sorry.
I have 20 gold. How many rations do you want? I don't want to spend it all on rations.
Well, you actually have 30, I
Blacksmiths.
believe.
Because you had 10 already, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
So I'll add that to your thing. Yeah, you got 30 gold, Ash, and you can see your coin purse is just above your items.
don't worry, Horns. That we'll use that for the group kitty we all fought there. So that'll be put towards a nice bed and nice meals that we all need. Someplace warm. And
So we're not buying anything then?
Well, I got some rations, and I'm going to give a thump down onto the into the cart and just ask if anyone in there needs anything or wants to call out anything, like Poet or Treacle or Sparkles.
No, Poet again is pretty ill, so you just hear this moan.
Hey, we should check for medicine then, I guess.
Yeah, that'd definitely be helpful. And Ash, you asked for, or Horns rather, you asked for some good port. He's like, are you looking for something a little bit top shelf or just to pass the time? Long old road trip in this part of the country.
Well, what you got?
He pulls out 2 bottles, and again, one of them is like a very ornate crystal bottle that kind of forms this swirl that goes up into a long neck. He's like, this one would be 10 gold pieces, you know, for those special occasions. Or
Uncle like coughs and like splutters out. And it's like, actually, Horns, can I hold on to that, the 20 gold for the group kitty, please, just in case.
No, you're alright, boss. What's the cheap one?
It's like, oh, the cheap one. And you kind of see his mood go a little bit more somber as, you know, he was about to make what he thought was a good sale. He was like, right, let's see what I've got in here. He's like, I got a bottle for 2 silver pieces. It's not your best stuff, but it's popular in this country.
Perfect. I'll take 10.
You take 10. Okay, that's 20 gold.
I thought
It was 2 silver?
2 silver pieces were 1 gold.
No,
Be 2 gold, wouldn't it?
10 silver pieces are 1 gold.
Okay,
So, like,
so if I have
pieces is 2 gold.
Yeah, so 10 copper is 1 silver, 10 silver is 1 gold, and 10 gold is 1 platinum.
Okay. Well, why would it be 20 gold then?
Because it's 2 silver each, and you wanted 10.
Yeah.
2 gold. 20,
Oh, sorry,
20
yeah,
silver.
sorry, that's my. Yeah, sorry, I'm completely getting mixed up. Yes, you're completely correct.
Perfect.
And you look at it, and it's called Oregon's port, and you have no fucking clue who Oregon is, and the label is almost peeling off. That has been, it's like such a shitty branding.
I'll take 5 then.
You change your price. Okay, so take that out your sheet, then take off 1 gold and add the 5 bottles of common port.
Side note on this is so you know in Lord of the Rings,
Yeah.
when Legolas drinks, it doesn't really affect him. Is that the same in here, where elves aren't really affected by alcohol?
You know what? It's not. It's not.
They're just the same as like.
Yeah, I think that was more
humans
for
drinking.
character. It's more based on your constitution than it is like an overall race feature. If the race has a actually, it might be for Jordan, because I think if they have resistance against poison, they also have like a very strong drinking stomach, which I think Jordan actually might have.
I'm kind of above drinking though, so I'm not really for that.
Yeah.
And Jordan doesn't strike me as a drinker.
There's no point dulling my senses. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine getting drunk and not being able to sleep it off? You just have to stay awake as you slowly become sober again. That sounds like a fucking nightmare.
Casting a
Terrible,
spell, casting a spell and it hitting someone completely random instead.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine just trying to cast spells like these arcane enchantments and you just start fucking saying random words, slurring your words diagonally. But yes, some medicine. Who's buying this?
How much is the medicine, and how good quality is the medicine?
So cheap medicine is 3 silver pieces a day and requires you to make a medicine check to apply it as well, but a major good medicine would just be 1 gold piece and it wasn't required a check.
I would say sorry, Horns. Wait, who has money? The 20 gold that we picked up, does that just Ash still have it?
The state of this company.
Yeah.
You don't have a treasurer.
Yeah. I'd say Horns.
Well, technically, that is Ray's job. I mean, Uncle's job. Like, he is the person who takes. He's in charge of the treasury. It's just there's
We can
nothing
split
in there.
the
at the
medicine
minute.
cost evenly. Take there's the equivalent amount out of all of our stashes.
Yeah, I think I'm just taking 10 because we're all there's like very injured people in the cart as well. So I think we'll probably jump on as much medicine as we get, really.
Cool.
Is anyone good with medicine? Is anyone able to make a medicine check? So we could get a cheap one.
Yeah.
Mine's awful.
I'm on 0 medicine.
I'm on 2, but that's still not great.
Yeah, it's probably better off getting the.
Yeah. How bad would you feel if you get the shitty medicine because you didn't want to pay the price, and then you end up accidentally killing him with your shitty?
Yeah.
10 of the good stuff, boss, please.
I've only got 5, but as I say, the next town's not too far now. You'd only be travelling for another 4 hours before you get there, so they might have some more in their general store over that way.
We get just one maybe because this guy's probably charging more, isn't he? Who's out of the towns?
I would say make a insight check. Obviously, I assume you don't say that out loud.
Yeah, just thinking.
Yeah, so just thinking to yourself, this guy has been charging you pretty much going rate so far. He seems quite chill. He's yeah, he's not really charging more than he should, and some places definitely do that in this part of the world.
So yeah, 5 gold for 5 medicine, and I give a nod at Horns to hand over.
Removing 5.
So I already bought 5 bottles of medicine. Holds up the port.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he hands that over. So put major medicine in your inventory, 5 bottles.
In mine?
I'll actually put 4 in it, yeah, in yours if you want. And then Cook will go over and start applying some to Poet. And you can hear this, like, audible sound of, like, tenseness leaving his body through, like, a groan. Slightly erotic.
Is it worth spreading them out between us in case someone gets downed?
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you guys, of course. I mean, Cook, well, the cook Treacle has been the one taking care of Poet so far, so it would make sense if you guys wanted to leave it with him.
Yeah,
Do we not put it in like the treasury thing we have, the big chest?
Yeah.
That's kind of just left for everyone to access.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you guys, as you say. If you don't want him to use all the medicine,
Yeah,
just-
well, I guess his uncle's cool. He's in charge while Thunk's away.
yeah.
Out cold.
Yeah, we'll put it into the chest that we have. Is there any way I can make like an inventory for just?
Yeah, if you want to use the treasury page on your character sheet as a log of all the stuff in the treasury chest, that'd be a good idea. It's just in the bio section on the back.
Yeah.
Cool. And after that, he kind of tips his hat, grabs a little bit of dry grass, somehow in this pelting wet environment, puts it in his mouth, and he bids you adieu unless anyone else wants to buy anything whilst they're here.
No, I'm good.
Cool. And yeah, he makes his way. The bodyguard that he has with him kind of tilts his head as well on his way past, seemingly still not trying to get into any sort of conversation. And 4 hours through the trenching rain later, you finally come upon the flat expanse and see Swinemouth on the horizon. So as you're looking down at the town, you're coming from the north here, you can see over in the east, the Greyfell Wilds are like stretching almost ominously on the horizon. And weirdly enough, all the fields seem to be on the western side of the settlement instead of having them spread around the town. If someone would like to give an insight or history check for me, please.
I'm doing a history check.
Do insight.
Yep, so
These
that's
kind of rolls, are they just for one person? Is it? Would one person roll, or can many characters roll for the same thing?
yeah, multiple characters can roll for the same thing, but typically, just to keep things moving along, I usually limit it to 2. So the first 2 people who call out, they will be the one who rolls. But it's a good habit to get to know, like who's good at what. Like Jordan's obviously calling out when I say history because he's very proficient with history. So having a little bit bearing in mind of the other players' strengths is good.
Mhm.
Like obviously. Survival checks would probably be made by Ash and Zach because they're both people who live off the land.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So I wouldn't be good doing an insight check if anyone else wants to do it.
I'll throw one out. I have +4, so. And not
Cool.
great.
So yeah, you notice, you pick up on it's slightly weird, but you're not too sure why that is. But based on the information you had about your last history check about this place, Jordan, you know Swinemouth is like one of the greatest threats to this village is being so close to the Greyfell Wilds, and coincidentally, the farms are on the opposite side of the village to the wilds to probably discourage any of the creatures there from coming into town and taking either crops or, as I said earlier, the noted pig farms are here as well, so they're probably trying to protect those a little bit just by having them on the other side of town. Cool. So as you're approaching this this small town on the edge of society, you find the rain stops and you kind of breathe a fresh air. This is the first settlement you've been to since Decapole, and you know this means a nice comfy bed in a tavern, some mead, a pint or 2, and a good little bit of relaxation. But to you more so, Uncle, you see this as an opportunity for work. You know there's going to be jobs here that you can take on that is actually going to, put some money in the treasury that currently has 4 bottles of medicine in it.
Alright, everybody, stand up straight. Look the business. How does everyone look? Does everyone do that? And I write up, maybe park in, if there's like a town hall looking building, maybe like a, not maybe a mayor's building, but a central area.
Yeah.
Business area.
So at the centre of town is this building here.
Mhm.
And that is the aforementioned inn that you spoke to everyone about, the Butterbelly Inn, Sparkles. And it's noted as being quite a good inn for this part of the world. Large. Sorry, Karen?
Is there many people outside at the moment, outside the inn? Is it quite a busy place?
You guys are getting there quite late. It's like entering evening time now, so in the thick of the day you can imagine it being a little bit more busy, or like at least the farmsteads would be. But at this time of the day, people are probably either at home or in the inn right now.
Yeah. So I don't think Uncle will mind, but he'll stand up on top of the cart if he can, and he'll take out his sword and he'll just get off in a big rant about the company and like all that we can do. Do a bit of a performance to say doesn't matter what it is, dragons, wolves, goblins, whatever ails here, we can we're the people for the job. Even if there's very few people there, maybe it'll be like 5 people walking past, but he just
Yeah.
gonna stop and start shouting.
Make a charisma check.
So for charisma checks, just you click charisma. That's
Correct. Yep. So,
Decent roll.
so everyone turns as they see this hobbit stand up, seemingly somehow smaller than he would be sitting down on the bench of this cart, and like raise a sword into the sky, towards the night sky, and go on this long-winded speech about the company, who they are, and all that. And everyone kind of looks dumbstruck as they're looking up at you, like, what the fuck? These guys have just got here. This hobbit's just kind of proclaimed himself like a mighty hero. And then one bystander goes, you might want to speak to the town master, mate, the Baron. He's Baron Ganth. He probably has some jobs for you, otherwise you could probably collect my shopping. I'd give you a couple silver for that, but...
I keep going off about all the fight. Just keep going.
Yeah. It's like, okay. Right. And slowly the crowd start to disperse as they don't want to continue to be standing still in this spit that's coming down from the sky.
Everyone just feels a bit awkward.
Yeah.
I'm sat on the bench next to him, my head in my hands.
Yeah. Use a stealth check to not be seen with him.
Yeah, trying to just mount into the bench.
So-
takes care of the business, so he doesn't really know
Yeah.
how to do it.
So yeah, as you look around the town, you see a lot of the buildings here. It's like a lower class to middle class village. Like the buildings are all wood with thatching for roofs. Some of the nicer houses are a little bit more of that Tudor style. But yeah, the inn is definitely like, you feel like it's an old, worn, comforting sort of cabin feel. Like it's been around for a long time, and all the wood is smooth from touch. But it definitely has a sort of middle class feel. And as you kind of pull up outside and find the little wagon shed next door to put your stuff inside, you guys all enter the inn, and you see before you a large open tap room, a common room. Everyone in here is cheering, people are rejoicing, not for any particular reason, but just because it's the end of the workday. And as they're getting around celebrating life, as it were, you can look behind the bar and see this large dwarven figure. He seems to be getting on in years. He's kind of got a salt and pepper sort of effect to his hair that's going on, and he seems to be generally the centre of a conversation in this inn. He's very friendly. He seems to be getting on well with people. He sees large trays being brought past you by barmaids that seem to have large pork belly platters with mashed potatoes, peas, carrots, and gravy drizzled all over, generous portions of crackling on the side of that. And after these last few days, gumbo and rabbit stews that you've been surviving off, like the smell hits your nose and you're just like, oh my god, your mouth just starts watering instantly. So what's everyone doing?
Will I go first? So I say Uncle will like go through people's legs and get to the front of the bar and
Yeah.
flag down like the maiden, or if he can see the innkeeper, flag him down and just request a big table for his company,
Yeah.
and just tell him just to get all the food ready, just like not going for like a banquet, but going for get a big feast ready, basically.
Yeah. What's that? What do they say in Lord of the Rings? Oh, they sell pints here. So what's everyone else doing?
I'm still stood at the door, kind of
You're letting
around, trying to get a gauge for the place.
Yeah,
Just
you're letting
seeing-
Uncle get as much distance between the two of you before you.
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking out for anything that might cause trouble.
Okay,
Cause
make
there's
a
problems are in here.
make a perception check for me. Yeah, so you literally, like, this is pretty much your standard routine when you walk into a tap room. Like, you look around, you look in those shadowy corners for those strider-like figures with the cloaks, the things, just watching people. A lot of the people here, they seem to be in good spirits. There's not any sort of traveller, mysterious stranger types in this inn. Everyone seems to know each other quite well, and there's a conversation that seems to be happening with from people to people that is organic. None of it seems weird or strained. Generally a good vibe. What about Sparkles and Horns? What are you guys doing?
I'd probably look around the room, but look more at like kind of furniture and everything, and see about the walls and see if there's anything noticeable that I can recall upon, or
Okay.
any kind of people that I would know from like, history-wise.
Yeah, make a history check for me. Lovely. So you look around this room, you're trying to remember some of these faces as you did pass through here on the way to Decapole before you went to the Fractal Sea. And you catch the face of Melak Reed, who you remember last time you passed through here. He actually sold you your 2 health potions. He's a half-elf man with a large purple cloak, a popped purple collar, and a large hat with stars on the side of it. Very wizardy looking. And you remember last time he was here, he very much went on about his pedigree from the Ivory Spire, the same academy that you once went to. He is a little tipsy at the moment, seems to be enjoying himself, not too much of a salesman persona really going on here. He seems to just be enjoying his evening. Also here, you do remember the barkeep's name. His name's Duncan Brigg, and he's a dwarven man in his 200s. And you know that most people in this town kind of, even though there is a Baron here, he is like the communal centre of the town. People seem to respect him more than Baron Gampf, who is the human who was actually installed here from the capital to be the Baron. Although as you survey the room, you don't see the Baron here at all. Someone you also keep an eye out for is Harold Weller of Weller & Sons. This place noted for its large and unique pork choices. He is like the prime butcher here. He's the most successful one, and usually he could be found in this inn on an evening. However, he doesn't seem to be about currently, which is, you would mark as strange. Cool.
When I go in, I beeline to the nearest fire because I'm a creature of comfort and warmth. So
Definitely. So yeah.
I go straight to the fire, and then I sit down and I begin listening to the conversations around me.
Definitely. So as you go out, you can see Uncle, like, your biggest table, please, and you're already just taking the biggest table. There's some people there, but as soon as you sit down, kind of put your feet up next to this nice fire that's roaring in the middle of the room, they kind of like wander off as you just kind of claim this table for yourself.
Yeah.
And Uncle's like, never mind, just the food and platter, and he makes his way over to you. Uncle, if you are the one who is going to be making buying the food here,
I was going to say, can I try to barter with him a bit? Just get an idea of the price beforehand, and then just try to
definitely
not lowball him, but
so with a large platter like you requested for, and he said it'd roughly feed 10 people, he would want about 8 silver pieces. And are you also looking at buying rooms for the night?
Yeah, rooms for everyone.
Okay, so it might be worth putting this down as the chat as I list this off, just so you can get an idea of how much this is all going to come to. So for the meal for everyone, it's going to be 8 silver pieces. For a room a night, it's going to be 5 silver pieces. And for a mug of ale, it's going to be 4 copper pieces. For a gallon, 2 silver pieces. And for a pitcher of mead or wine, it's going to be 2 silver pieces.
What was a gallon, sorry?
A gallon was 2 silver pieces as well.
I don't need to drink. I've got my own port.
Yeah, I don't want to drink either.
Yep.
So
I'll
say,
have one pint of mead.
Yeah, I'll get just the 1 gallon. So.
Okay. So Zach, if you want to
1 gallon, the rooms and the food, and then I'm gonna try to bargain him down just a bit.
Okay,
just
if you'd like to make a persuasion check for me.
Yeah. We're in the middle of nowhere. He's lucky for the business, really. Persuasion. There you go.
Yeah, unfortunately, you come up and you're like, actually, I'm a big deal. I'm not sure if you saw my speech outside. But the barkeeper's like, no, I'm afraid not, chum. I've been doing this for long enough. I don't need the money. You pay, like, my portions are generous. I'm undercutting the average stay anyway. Like, I should be charging more, to be quite, to be truthful with you.
Yeah. He agrees and just gets ready. He's
like,
too tired and he's too wet.
play.
He's so wet. He's like, okay.
He's like, it seems like your friend over there has already taken up residence at our largest table. I'd recommend you go over there, next to the fire pit. I'll get someone to bring the platters over. And he looks at you, Neto, and he pours you a mug. What sort of drink were you looking for?
Just mead, just like the basic, standard.
Yeah, and he pours 2 tankards with a gallon of mead in, so that's 2 silver pieces from both you, Uncle and Nettle.
So 2 silver pieces. Okay, so I got
There'll be 8 silver pieces left over from 1 gold change.
So
But that's for the whole table, though, isn't it? The gallon.
Yes.
The gallon
No. That's just like 1 cup.
is SP and CP copper and silver?
Yes.
Isn't a gallon like 4 liters, 4.5?
Not in this part of the world. This is.
Okay. I thought it was like.
Yeah. No, like typically
Probably
yes.
be big
Typically
enough
yes.
for you.
But
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
like people are like taking care of themselves for the night, kind of thing, with these gallons. But yeah, of course you're free to ask for it for several empty glasses for you to dish it out yourself. It's up to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Shall I just go? Yeah, just come down with the 2 and tell everyone else, like, you know, that it's paid for. They can work up themselves and get them.
Cool. And yeah, sure enough, down comes this small banquet of pork belly, lovingly coated in butter, which has got a nice thick, crispy layer of crackling on the top. Generous portions. You would like he wasn't telling a lie there. These are definitely generous portions. A large pile of mashed potato, peas, carrots, even some more winter veg like your turnips and such. It's all sweet. Very hearty meal after a long trip to get here, and it beats what you've been recently sustaining off, being in the Fractal Sea in the north, and at Decapool it's very much rations and fish that Ash has been Horns has been supplying you from the ocean, or the rock pools within Decapool.
That's we need to eat like this every night.
Yeah, and as you guys kind of get a little bit toasty near the fire, he eventually comes over with a room key for you all. You did pay for rooms, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
I've made a note of it here. So I was trying to think about the group kitty. So Horns, can we use the money and keep it in the group kitty so we can use that for our rooms and that kind of stuff? What was left over?
10?
10 after buying the drink and stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah.
10. Okay, so I'll just subtract the 13 silver from that. So yeah, that'll just be a company kitty. We're pretty broke before starting coming back.
As he comes over with these room keys and he sees you open your coin purse and a fly buzz out of it, it's like, oh, looking for work.
Uncle stands on the table and he puts his hands on his hips and he kind of goes off into the same speech about everything. And he's doing a bit more boisterously this time. He's about halfway through that gallon of mead.
Yeah,
which
his
is
face
quite a
is
lot
even
for him.
more red.
Yeah, so he goes off again on the same speech.
So as you're going off making a the same speech, he kind of turns to one of the barmaids. It's like, I thought I heard that outside. I wasn't hearing things. It's like, I forgot to say, I noticed you put your carriage in our little stable. That's going to cost you a gold piece for the night. I hope that's okay.
I try to bargain again.
Okay,
That seems
cool.
like a lot.
Persuasion check.
Okay, so
Place is expensive.
I think we're just poor.
Yeah.
yeah, maybe. Actually, all the money we have is what we found off those bandits' pockets. The people who are robbing us. That's the money we're using.
Yeah.
Persuasion. I can't see the chat anymore. Actually, I clicked the persuasion. Alright.
It should be at the top of the screen. There's the chat bubble on the top right.
Yeah, I might. It's not working for me, so I might just log out and come back in.
Is it on the far right corner? You might have clicked those 3 lines, top right corner, which bring out the chat. Is that it?
No, it's still just not working. It's just kind of glitched.
Yeah,
out,
maybe reload. But yeah, no, he's
You failed here.
yeah, he's like,
Okay.
I'm sorry, mate. It's gonna have to be the gold piece. I'm afraid I don't have to make ends meet myself. And he seems earnest in the way he's saying that. Like,
Does
yeah.
Okay, so I'll just take that out.
But yeah, I'd recommend you speak to Baron and Ganf. We've had a wolf problem here recently. Maybe that could put some gold in your pockets.
And my aber spruce up about the wolf problem and about a job and stuff like that. So I just say we'll do.
Lovely.
And then focus on the food.
Yeah, stay as you start chowing down on this nice slab of pork belly in front of you. He's like, obviously, rest up here tonight. Go see him in the morning. He should be about. He's usually in bed at this time.
Yeah. And I just like with 2 hands, I lift up the pint to salute
The sky. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, turn have mercy, and he goes back to the bar. Cool. Is obviously you guys are all going to chow down for the rest of the night. Is there anything in particular anyone wanted to do?
Did anyone want to talk to the people that you said there was an interesting dwarf and?
So that was
wizard?
that was the innkeep Duncan. He was the dwarf.
He was the dwarf.
Yeah, and then
Famous guy Jordan knows.
yeah, Malak
Oh, no.
Reed.
Circles.
I don't want to speak to him. I don't want to associate with him.
No interest in a man in a
No,
purple hat with stars on it.
Yeah, it's a bit too much, isn't it?
like he's come from
Jordan's
old
a
school
find out.
RuneScape.
He likes people with good fashion taste.
No, I think I'd sit there with my my kind of book again and write down of the day, and as I kind of get to the bit where Uncle was rambling, I'd kind of just look at him disappointed as I'm writing it in my book. Apart from that, yeah.
You fucking, you're like,
Sorry.
I'm going to retire for tonight. Go straight up to his room.
Yeah.
That
Just the
would,
I make,
unsocial I am.
An investigation check inside the room, just like have a little feel around for floorboards, see if there's anything loose where someone might have hidden
yeah, of course.
anything interesting.
Yeah, floorboards and all that.
Are we
So-
that poor?
Literally
No, just
hunting mice in the inn.
I just have to check everything, Jordan.
So you thoroughly scan the room for any sort of money people have dropped, and I'd say you'd get a good, decent, maybe like couple of silver pieces that if you wanted to take from tables that had just been left there, you can, but you don't know who they belong to. You're not sure if you're being.
Oh, I meant like in the bedroom after we'd retired.
Oh, I see.
Like, so like a little hidden thing where someone's trying to hide a stash for later.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. No, there's not a lot, honestly. Like in inns like this, typically
that's
people
fair.
don't leave. I have drop points.
Be
but-
surprised.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You never know.
yeah,
You
like
never know who hides what where.
this is the kind of environment though where if people leave stuff, like the innkeep knows this place better than anyone else. So when he's tidying rooms, like he's gonna nab that for his own collection.
Yeah.
But yeah, you do find a few loose floorboards, but there's nothing of interest. Really, the drawers all seem properly made, no false bottoms or anything like that as either. Cool.
Nice just to keep practicing that, keep on top.
Cool, and as you guys, I assume everyone's dozing off for the night then? Or is there anyone else doing anything else?
I want to talk to someone in the bar.
Cool, make a charisma check for me, please.
Are any of our teams still up?
Yeah,
I've gone to my room.
yeah, I'll say Sparkles and Netlov went up. You saw Treacle come in with Poet earlier, place him in one of the rooms, and come back down, and he's kind of enjoying his mug of ale as well.
Cool.
So you're feeling a little bit, how would I put this? You feel...
Daddy, but too drunk to chat.
Exactly, yeah. You're kind of slurring your words. You're like drinking quite heavily from your bottle of port that you've brought with you. You notice some of the barmaids kind of give you an odd eye as you brought your own drinks into this nice inn.
Into the bar. Yeah.
And yeah, you do make conversation with people, but it's the kind of conversation that you wake up in the morning and you don't really remember, and it wasn't cohesive to the point it was a conversation. It was like you speak
Sounds like last
regurgitating words at someone, and they were just like, and then moved on as soon as possible.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Cool.
I'll go to bed then.
Yeah, so everyone goes to bed for the night, wakes up the next day, and you find Sparkle's already up on the table, kind of reading his book, with a bowl of porridge. That's which is complimentary with a night's stay here. And as everyone else kind of comes down and grabs their bowl from the large pot that's in the center of the room, you guys can discuss what about the itinerary of today.
What's the plan for today, boss?
I think you've muted yourself, Ray.
Sorry, I'm back there now. So, just to the barn. I heard there's a job for wolves. How does everyone feel about wolves? Do you want to kill wolves?
I have no issue. Yeah.
Nettle, you kind of like wolves, don't you? You talk to them. Maybe we can talk it out. We
Oh
can
yeah.
talk it out. Anyway, let's go there.
I'll like, try and convince them to leave.
Yeah. We'll speak nicely.
You guys can speak to wolves, yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
you're...
with our gauntlets. Yeah. So I say we head over to the barns, pack up, get the horse as well. Move.
So yeah, you go to the town hall, which is one of the larger buildings. It's this one here, and
sorry, man.
so,
And I like butt past people because I know him previously, and kind of be the first one to speak to him as well. One thing I forgot to mention as well is when I wake up, I think I'd probably be in spring form today because of yesterday, feeling quite uplifted.
yeah,
So I'm a bit
rejuvenated.
more-
Is
I'm a
it
bit-
based on the previous events of the day, or
Yeah,
form
so
you wake up in?
whatever emotion I've most felt is what I'll generally change
Summer.
to the following day.
Fuck off?
So if I'm in spring
Sorry.
form, I'll be quite. It's alright. I'll be quite like energetic and kind of friendly and
How
you know, as much as I can be anyway.
Hey, Bobby's
Yeah.
dinner.
What are the differences with Asta and yourself in terms of appearance that day?
So Asta will be kind of a greenish tinge, but she'll actually have flowers growing in her feathers. But outside of that, she looks fairly normal still. But yeah, if I like kind of brush past Uncle, because he's usually the first one to kind of talk.
Is
to him,
Asta your bird?
because I know him. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
So yeah,
She changes with you.
seemingly so. Okay, and as you guys enter the town hall, you speak to a receptionist for a couple of minutes, and she shows you to like a meeting room of some sort. It's nice lacquered wood, high walls, leather chairs, all that sort of thing. A nice complimentary bottle of wine on a stand with some glasses that you guys, I would assume, help yourself to first thing in the morning, hair of the dog and all that. And eventually you see this human come in. He's a tall and broad human. He wears the robes of a noble, but you can clearly see that he has almost this. He's cut from from the common cloth. He looks like a regular person. Like he doesn't look like he's from noble stock. You see the little hair he has on top of his head is made up for with this impressive mutton chop that he's got coming around to his face into a large mustache, and you can see that he's wearing this shirt and vest that seems to be a little bit ragged, but still very well taken care of, with a nice red finish to it, as long with these slacks. As he comes in, he's like, "Oh, and who must you be?"
Yeah, I kind of just push forward and introduce myself first, knowing him.
"Oh, Sparkles, was it not?"
Yeah. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. I hear you're inquiring about a wolf problem.
Yeah, looking for work. So either that or anything else you've got, really.
Yes, it's a sad tale, to be fair. I think the
Do you want the wolves I butt in and I say, do you want the wolves exterminated or moved on?
Yes, we're paying 50 gold pieces per wolf head, 100 if you manage to take the alpha's head as well. Unfortunately,
How big are these wolves?
regular size. I think the alpha is a little bit bigger. He's yes, he unfortunately this was not really a pressing issue until 3 days ago, where the wolves unfortunately broke into one of the homes of our butcher here, Harold, and killed his wife and one of his sons.
Yeah.
So I'm going to speak up. So I just go, dragons, whatever we got of it, you can count on us. How much do you say per head? How many gold pieces?
50 gold
50.
pieces per head and 100 for
Per
the
head.
alpha.
Ooh. So yeah, you can count on us. That's all. Yeah.
Of course. So we have buried the bodies, of course, of the two that were unfortunately slain by such creatures. The house hasn't been touched since the butcher is now living at the inn. He doesn't want to be. His daughter is who survived the attack is refusing to sleep there. Well, Well, for obvious reasons, she's having nightmares. You might also want to speak to Duncan as well. I think he has a little bit more information that he could probably give to you.
Sounds good. And what I do is I slap Nettle on the back of his tie and just says, "We got the best tracker in this side of the continent." And I said, "Yeah."
It's like a slap and grab, like yeah.
Yeah. But wait, sorry. Who's this Duncan? Did you say?
That's the innkeeper there, dwarven from the
We're talking
dwarven male from the night before.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any questions from?
Can I suggest that we maybe split up while you get more information from Duncan? I can go look at the house and see if there's any
Tracks,
any
that kind of thing.
tracks we can start using.
I probably request to go with Zach, just in case there's magic.
Yeah, and me and Horns will have a very awkward conversation again with Duncan, probably.
You come back in, you're both fucking slaughtered again. You're like, how'd you know about the brushes of the room last night?
Yeah. So, unless I say we head off, unless anyone else has anything to say.
Cool. If
give your man a nod.
Nettle and Uncle, if you both roll a d20 and whoever gets the highest, we'll start with them on their side of things. Sorry, the music keeps stopping today, guys. I'm not quite sure why it keeps doing that.
I'm just going to be right back for 2 seconds. Just going to go to the toilet quick.
No worries. Okay, if you want to roll one, Uncle.
20.
Yeah, so we'll start off with Nettle.
Cool. I'm just going to log out here and just try to get in properly because I still can't see that chat. So.
Cool. So, as you and Sparkles make your way over to the westernmost side of town, Nettle, you find yourself eventually at this building, which seems to be like the abattoir. Sorry, not the abattoir, but the house of Harold Weller, the butcher that was aforementioned.
Yeah.
And like you said, you see this building which has... It's all closed up, but you can see definitely that the door isn't locked. It's been busted in at some point. And you can just easily open it, although with a little bit of effort just to get the door back onto the hinge a little bit to swing it open. And inside you find like just completely... The place is tore up. Like there's shit everywhere. Tables knocked over, chairs upside down, and blood all over the cobblestone floor.
So should I make a perception check? Because it doesn't seem, breaking through a door doesn't seem like your typical wolf.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What you? Yeah. Tell me what you're looking for, and I'll tell you what to roll. What you're intending to do, should say.
So right now, I'm just kind of looking around and just trying to get a gauge of what we're dealing with, rather than looking for any specific clues or tracks or anything. Right now, I'm just trying to get a vibe for if they're actually wolves or if they're something else, because they're breaking through a locked door.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't seem like your normal wolf. So if there's any kind of markings or clues that might say it's something else.
Okay, do you want to make a... I think a good place to start then would be probably footprints, tracks. So if you want to make a survival check for me to see if you can see anything like unwolfish in terms of breaking and entering. So 15. So as you're looking around this place, you definitely do see paw prints on the floor. There are a variety of them, not just one. So like a small pack must have come here at some point. But... there is one larger set which you assume would be this alpha. Like, you would, being very much a forest-dwelling being, know that dire wolves are a thing. Like, these large wolves that seem to have tremendous power for their size. And your first hypothesis is potentially this pack is led by a dire wolf.
Okay.
Anything you're doing here while you're looking around, Sparkles?
Could I detect magic, just in case?
Yeah, doing that as a ritual, I suppose.
Yes, yeah.
Yep. So yeah, as you're looking around for these clues, Zach, you can see Sparkles begin this incantation, making hand gestures with a little bits of signs kind of entering the air, and eventually you see him kind of look around the room with this almost like glowing effect that seems to be protruding from his eyes. There is nothing magical in the area that you can see. Sparkles. Make an Arcana check for me, though. Cool. Like this would be pretty standard knowledge for a wizard anyway, so you didn't need a high roll. But there are some things that stop you from seeing, detecting magical presence. And this isn't me like subtly inferring this at all. Like this is just general game knowledge. But like 3 foot of stone or wood can stop you from detecting magic, as well as like a thin sheet of lead that stops you being able to detect a magical source.
Okay.
Okay.
So do you need to what? So is that because he's inside? Like it's affecting his.
Well,
ability?
potentially. That's what I'm saying. I'm not inferring it. That's just general game knowledge of that's what can affect that spell. Like it stops that from becoming obvious.
So the next play then is to kind of check other rooms and look for some kind of. Because we obviously found the paw prints, and then see if there's still a trail leaving out that we could potentially follow.
Makes sense. You got anything else you'd like to do, Sparkles?
Could potentially put an alarm in the area just out front of the house, just in case they have regular visits again.
Post the alarm for us, please. So yeah, duration 8 hours. So if you obviously it's the beginning of the day now, and these wolves I would have said they have been attacking at night. So if that's something you wanted to come back doing later tonight.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, Zach, if you're going to look around the other rooms, can you give me an investigation check, please? Are you assisting at all, Sparkles?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to roll one as well.
So perception, was it?
Investigation.
Investigation.
No,
Fucking hell. So
I thought I rolled pretty well.
yeah, you both start scouring this house quite thoroughly, and something that strikes you, like it's something that you mentioned to Nettle, Sparkles, is that it seems that all like this house might have been looted in some regard. You mentioned to Nettle how there's no silverware whatsoever in this place. And then Nettle, obviously, from the way you grew up, you know that's quite uncommon for an upper middle class gentleman to have no silverware whatsoever within his domain. Like that's usually, standard in this sort of dwelling.
So it could be a potential they've got like a leader of some sort that's.
Or is it not possibly more likely that as they've been staying in the inn, someone else has come round and taken advantage of the broken door and nicked the bits?
Well, if you want to make a survival for us again, to look again at these prints, you can actually, I would say, depending on your role, you could tell when set is made when, which is fresh.
No.
Yeah, no. Again, it's just paw prints. You do see a number of prints, like a few days later, obviously over the top of these paw prints that were people who would have recovered these bodies, but they potentially might have done it, but you wouldn't assume so because they would have probably been there with the Harold, the owner.
I mean, I suppose anyone could have taken them, really.
Cool.
Do we think it's worth mentioning that to the Baron or the officials that it's potentially been looted? But it's not really our area of expertise or something for us to worry about.
Yeah, you guys aren't the law. You're just paid to kill wolves at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Can we also do a little check to see if there's anything, seeing as it's already been looted, seeing if there's any leftovers that we can
join in? When in Rome.
As well, so we're going to blame it on someone else. You may as well see if we can take any profit out of it.
This is the real reason that you split up with Uncle, because you're like, whilst the
Yeah,
boss
he's
is
too
gone,
nice.
you're like, we're the greatest military company to ever walk this land, and you guys are literally just looting the house.
Yeah.
I'd say with the investigation check, there are a few bits and pieces, mostly books on the bookshelf, most actual. Actually, roll one more time. One more investigation. Yeah, mostly books would probably be the value. Like even a small book is worth like a gold piece, which is not bad. And there's a bookshelf with about 20 books on there. But that's also strange because that silverware is still missing and these books haven't been touched.
Yeah. Well, I won't take anything.
Can I examine if any books are of interest of me in terms of like spells or history?
Yeah, with your detect magic, of course, you would have noticed like a magical aura for those that contain some sort of spell, in transcriptions and such. If you want to look particularly for magic books, make another investigation for us to try and find one. Yes, sure enough, there's one that's like a brief history of the arcane within the eastern coast of Anfang.
I'll rob that.
Yeah, you know a book like this goes for probably about 10 gold pieces as well.
Be a good read as well before I sell it.
Yeah. Cool.
Shall I add that into my inventory?
Yes, you may. Also put the price next to it as well, so we don't forget 10 gold pieces. And at this point, we'll switch over back to you, Horns and Uncle, as they enter the Butterbelly Inn to speak to Duncan.
Yeah, so just march up straight to Duncan and just kind of
Get the sword out again.
Yeah.
Raise it into the sky. They just see the sword.
On the table.
Yeah.
Thanks for the tip, boss. We're after the wolves. Yeah.
Well, good stuff, good stuff. It's about time that wolf problem got resolved. I remember poor Sally bringing it to the Baron's attention a good 2 weeks before she died. Every couple of days she would be saying something to him, and it was only until after she died that he put out the bounty. Shame, really.
The Baron said, you know, a few things about the night that happened. That the butcher is actually staying here. So
Yeah.
anything you can help us?
I'm not sure if you actually heard him last night, but you can actually hear Harold, poor thing, grieving in the night sometimes. So, you know,
I
obviously.
thought that was Horns. Sorry. Horns the choir.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yourself, do you know anything or? Do you think I'll be able to go to speak to him? Speak to the butcher?
I can see if he's available, if you want.
It would help. We're trying to get to the root of this. So.
And he kind of leans over, and he's like, "This might not be pertinent," and he kind of like ushers you to come close, and it's like, "It is known in the town that Malak and Harold do have bad blood with each other, and I'm not insinuating anything whatsoever."
Yeah. Who's
But-
Mark?
Malak, he's the
Malak.
he's the potion maker in this town. He's the
Good to know.
he's the wizardy guy that Jordan saw the night before.
Okay, nice. I just give him a nod, saying thanks for that, again.
Yeah, I think
Knowing
a few years back now, one of Harold's pigs actually broke out his pen and got into the inventory of Malak, and I believe consumed the entire thing. And I'm not sure if you know, but if you consume more than one potion at the same time, typically it has a permanent effect on that creature. And what was once just a regular pig, it became this gargantuan arcane beast that ran off to the Greyfell Worlds afterwards. But ever since then, yeah, ever since then, there's been bad blood there. I mean, that probably cost Malak hundreds of gold pieces.
Nice. We'll check on it.
And at that point, Nettle and Sparkles would probably come through the door as Duncan goes off to go find Harold. They've probably been a good 30-40 minutes at this point as they search that house.
Yeah. Horns? You're muted, I think, there. I can't hear you.
Awkward. Hi.
Yeah. So just saying, so what do you think? I think we should go and not
I
interrogate.
think we should ask more questions about these wolves. Like,
We'll talk. We'll talk.
how
to
long have they been going? Like, how long has it been happening? Okay, yeah, we'll talk to the other guy.
Yeah, we'll talk to the butcher if he's in a fit state. So we'll
Okay.
just wait around until the innkeeper brings us in.
Yeah, so Duncan did say, the wife, Sally, she'd been making complaints about these wolves nicking her.
For 2 weeks
Her
before
pigs.
she died.
Yeah, exactly. So that's quite a long time for someone to be making complaints about a deadly creature for it to actually go unresolved. And a
Yeah.
few moments later, this gentleman comes down the stairs, and as noted before, you would know that the butcher is about in his 40s. The man that brings down seems significantly aged. He's sallow. He's got a drooping face with hollow sort of sockets where these eyes are bloodshot and yellow. What was once like a thick head of hair with a salt and pepper complexion is now stark white, and it's kind of severely balding on the top. And as he sits down across from you, you can
And he's
see
only 40.
he was 40, but he looks significantly older. And as he looks across at you with these like red rings around his eyes. He's like, "Hey, you're here to avenge my wife."
And I give a look to Horns, and I kind of nod at her, as in, like to take the lead this time.
That we are. That we are.
Good.
Tell us a bit more about these wolves. They say that they've been attacking your house for 2 weeks. Is there any reason why they were drawn to your house?
I'd suspect it's something to do with the pig pens next door. We use it, of course, in our butchers.
Copious amount of meat. Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Fucking uncle's just laughing at this man who's just lost his wife and son. Just like, yes, meat.
Yeah. Sorry, go on, Horns.
He's like,
We don't know about the silverware yet, do we? So.
Sorry, say it again. You broke up.
the
there for me.
silverware. No, Nettles and
Oh.
Sparkles haven't mentioned it
Yeah,
yet.
we don't know. Yes. Yeah. We don't know.
Okay.
Is there any reason why I picked your house in particular? Like, is there any was any other houses, your neighbors, anyone attacked them, or has it just been you?
Yeah.
No.
Was it just you? Like, you've got the other side of this town is all fields full of pigs. Why did they choose your house?
Well, they've been taking our pigs for quite some time, and I guess one of them just got a bit curious, made his way into our house.
Right.
He's not even making eye contact at this point. He's kind of looking down, like holding himself, like he's very much a hollow husk of what was once like a very confident man.
Yeah, I feel bad. I think I'm just going to give him a pat and say, "Don't worry, leave it to us, boss. We'll take care of them."
Grab his calf again. You just squeeze
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Can I do like an insight check? I feel like there's something else going on here.
Yeah. Okay. Make an insight check. Yeah. Obviously, I did say it before, but in case you didn't catch it, Nettles and Sparkles, you are here as well. You've just come over from the homestead.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say. Like, he is definitely a grieving man. You can tell this isn't a facade. He is upset that his wife has died.
Yeah.
And he's still kind of processing that. It's fairly recent. Yeah, he seems very tired. He seems a little bit sick. He's going through the ringer right now.
Yeah, I say we'll just give him a nod and, like, you know, as I said, I patted him on the thing and just, you know, kind of part ways, and then maybe we sit down at the table and we all meet up, Sparkles and Nettle.
Yep. Okay.
What did you find out, bosses?
So there
See
was
Sparkles putting the book away.
Yeah.
it taps the book on the side in his
Yep.
little back.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. I mean, looked like wolves. Paw prints everywhere. All the silverware was missing, which is not something you'd
Silverware.
expect wolves to take.
Anything else that was taken?
Just one book.
So
know where that
strange. Yeah.
I think we're dealing with very intelligent
book
wolves
seems to be
here.
missing. There's one.
They can read.
I wonder who could have taken that.
Yeah. The wolves came in, killed the wife and son,
Yeah.
and then stole an arcane book that was on the bookshelf.
Did you find tracks? Where did they lead to? Do you know in what direction?
They headed towards the.
The
we didn't
Greyfell
actually
Wilds.
check, did we? I'm assuming the Greyfell Wilds.
Yeah, you didn't. You didn't follow the tracks, but you did. You could pick out
In the
some.
general direction,
Yeah.
yeah.
Butcher's not very good without his silverware. Without his tools.
That's true.
Yeah, but nothing telling. I feel like we need to
Yeah. Where was the
go
house?
try and get a look at them and work out what we're dealing with
Yeah.
before
Do
we
you know where
engage.
the house was? Like on the map?
Yes. So
Yeah,
this
this
is
one here, on the
butcher's.
farm.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that one, okay. I got a bit of a wink from an innkeeper that there's a bit of a feud going on with the potion maker. So maybe I might go in and we might stock up on potions before we head out, and maybe just get a judge his character a little bit, and maybe see what we can find out
We could
there.
maybe ask some of the neighbours if they saw anything. I can't imagine wolves breaking into a house would have been a quiet affair.
Will we
2
split
murders.
again,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yourself and Sparkles talk to neighbours. Me and Horns will go and suss out this potion maker. Is there anything you need from the potion maker yourselves?
No. Thank you.
I mean, you
I've
just
got to
sent
speak
like
to
the
guys, that works for me.
yeah. You just sent the both most like solitude singular uncharismatic people to go to go speak to the neighbours.
We'll just
we
knock
can
on the
split-
door.
split
Hello.
Yeah.
George is going to be
Okay,
peering around,
bye.
looking at their bookshelf, seeing if there's anything worth taking out of that one as well.
They're just
Yeah.
casing houses.
Got any arcane
Find
books in there?
myself
Yeah.
Detecting magic at their door.
Yeah, just 10 minutes of like.
Horns,
Move on.
go with Sparkles, will you? And talk to the neighbours. You're a charismatic type. You can get it.
Alright, boss.
Cool, so it's Nettle and Uncle, Horns and Sparkles now, yeah? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's roll d20s again from Horns and Uncle to see who goes first.
Oh, sorry. So this is 2 teams against each other, is it?
Yes, just to see
Yes.
which one would play out first.
Sorry. D20.
Yep. Well, yeah, so we start with Uncle and Nettle as they make their way to the potion makers, who sits on the main street in one of the bigger buildings. You can definitely tell that being a potion maker has its perks in a town like this, especially for people making their way to the Fractal Sea. They're probably stocking up on potions before they make their way to that dangerous part of the land. As I said before, it's who you guys bought your health potions off. It's a large house, once again, much more in the Tudor style, much more... like you can just tell from looking at it, it's better built than the houses that accompany it.
Yeah.
On the along each side, and sticking out the front of the door is a large swinging sign in the shape of a cauldron that says Melax Potions.
Nice. Suppose we just both walk in. What does it look like inside?
Malax Potent Potions is exactly what it's called.
Oh, yeah.
And
Nice.
yeah,
So,
as you see the wizard from the day before, or Melak, I should say, from the day before, and he's kind of there, just arranging some crystals that he's got on the counter. So,
I'm going to like stand by the door and just
you close
arms
it, cross your arms.
crossed, leaning against the wall, just staring quietly at the.
Make an intimidation
wizard.
check.
God.
Yeah, so you come in, you close the door, and you pull that whole shit. And you're like a very well cloaked man. Like you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Melak's like, "Oh, are you okay there, sir?"
So you're going to stay by the door, Nettles, it, and I'll go.
Yeah,
I
I'll
bet
just stare
Uncle
him
the
out.
3-foot man. Like,
Uncle scares
Yeah.
scares the shit out of him when he didn't see him come in. A little halfling popped up in front of the counter.
I was in the counter, yeah, just like this. It's like, well, boss.
he's just a face.
Yeah. How have you been? It's been a while.
Oh, hello. I think I vaguely remember you from a few weeks back.
I like put my hand to my chest and I go, "Company of the Golden Lion." I like shout it out loud.
Yeah. Oh, I see. You're saying that with a lot more vigor now. Did you get promoted?
Lieutenant, just like that.
You cut Uncle up. He bleeds, bronze and black, like he's so devout.
Yeah.
He's like, how can I help?
Just to see your stock. We've been through the ringer a little bit, and we need to stock up again before you go.
Of course, I've got a few potions. I've got what were you looking for in particular?
Potions of healing will be the main one.
Ah, yes, I've managed to brew another couple. I've 50 gold pieces of each, of course, standard rates.
He got any? I'll ask if he's got anything good against wolves. Kind of subtly very unsubtly bringing up the
Yeah, the
real
contract.
reason we're there. Yeah.
And weirdly, make an insight check for me, both of you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I make an insight as well?
Sorry.
God, it's such a shame. Your stats are so good, Zach, but if it feels like outside the bow, like you've been like rolling quite bad.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I will say it's not inherently obvious, but you bring up the contract, and he seems to like stiffen a little bit, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. And yeah, we push up for an answer. You know, for something like good against wolves.
No, not in particular. No, I don't really prepare for wolves, but more like common remedies, like filters of love and such.
I don't think we'll make love to these wolves, but
Well,
I mean,
each to
I
their
can't talk to them.
yeah, exactly.
Well, you've taken a very different meaning of every wolf head you get.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we're supposed to kill them?
I was going to think in there. Steve, you can't really do insight check again. I was saying, awful business. Oh no, sorry, awful business up there at the butcher's, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite. Obviously, most people know me and Harold don't really see eye to eye, but it's a terrible fate. I assume you're going to insight that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you both want to give me a roll.
Are you joking?
Oh my god. Both?
Oh my god, Jesus. I'm like winking at him, or like,
Yeah.
or just like,
Yeah.
You like bring out pen and pad.
you
You're like
all go
awful
to your side?
business over at the butcher's.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
God.
yeah, he kind of looks at you.
Well, that means sorry, I actually got a 1 because it's plus 4.
Yes, exactly. You got in that one.
Like, we both got pretty decent bonuses on that roll.
Yeah, I know. It's such a shame.
Roll well.
Just a quick question. I'm a halfling or hobbit, and I have lucky. What does lucky do?
So lucky, I think you actually get to re-roll that, don't you? So post it in the chat. It's the small speech bubble that pops up when you hover over it. Yeah, so when you roll a 1 on an attack and ability check, which this is, or a saving throw, you can re-roll the die, but you must use the new one. So you can roll that again.
Come on, big 20 now.
Yeah, come on.
Sorry. I need to use my actual PC next time with the big screen because I'm just using the laptop at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Quite small. So inside again. Oh, come on. How much better?
So the way he delivers that response seems stiff to you. You can't quite put your
Yeah.
finger on it, but you're definitely getting a weird vibe from Malak, and you're not sure if it's just because of the bad blood between the two or what. But yeah, the whole vibe you got on since being in the store is a bit off.
So,
What's
sorry.
Sorry. So the store setup, how is it arranged? Like, like a typical Skyrim store, you've got your counter, and behind it is all his private area where he lives.
Exactly. And you can actually see
Yeah.
at the back is like a keep out sign on one of the doors behind the counter, which you would assume would actually go into Malak's abode.
But there's nothing private we can really see. Like, if I walk up to the counter and perception check, I probably won't be able to find anything that interesting.
No, like short of breaking in to the, or like knocking them out and like charging into that room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll stay where I am. I'll stay back.
You lock the door behind you now.
Yeah.
So I'll just say I kind of finish up. So I just
I'll
say,
tell you what, because
well,
you actually did intimidate him, Zach. Do you want to re-roll that last insight and give yourself advantage because he's struggling to keep his composure as you are
Both
questioning
of us
him?
or just me?
Just you. Okay. So I'll say with a
A
14.
little bit better.
Yeah, I'll say with a 14. What was said definitely seems rehearsed. Like he's saying one thing and he's feeling emotionally something else.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna shake my head. Oh, bloody bad business. But sure, get to brewing. We'll definitely be getting some more health potions before we leave town.
Of course.
And yeah, let us nod and we head out. Then I don't think we'll get any more.
Cool. I'd just like to remind you guys can speak telepathically as well because you've both got the van braces on.
Oh, yeah. I just whisper to him, "Oh, he's shady as fuck."
If we wait till after night, I can break in.
Yeah.
I've got my silent boots.
Oh
Have
yeah.
a little look around,
Yeah.
so he won't hear me move.
Yeah. So I think we do leave at the moment anyway, and we'll discuss everything once we get back.
You like
with the
smash the
lads.
window and then you're like,
Yeah.
He'll never know I'm here. Cool.
Yes. So I say we head back to the inn and wait for the lads to come back to us.
Cool. As you say, as you said that, Zach, like, obviously you can come in tonight when he's asleep, but he's also, like, he's in the storefront currently. So if you were to send in someone else to distract him, that would also be a good opportunity.
Yeah, but then also think about that. We are supposed to be not that scummy, are we? We haven't got any. We're not that suspicious.
It's already come off course. Like we,
Yeah.
our plans
We've just gone
currently.
straight to being bandits, doing
Yeah.
what the fuck we want.
Literally one combat encounter with bandits later, you're like, this is a hard world. I must do what I must to survive. And your goal is currently to get a pirate ship and sail the seas. So-
So we're suspicious of him now. I guess we should head to the Greyfell Woods, and if there's anything suspicious when we've dealt with the wolves, then we can do more investigating of him.
Yeah, and tie it up at the end, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, rather than just going fuck it, let's break in.
Yeah.
Try and have some morals.
Cool. So we'll go now to Horns and Sparkles as they're asking people if they saw anything in the street. So yeah, you guys are on the main street that passes through Swinemouth. Where do you guys begin? You see a bunch of houses and a few people walking towards the fields a little bit to the north at this time of day, but there's not a huge amount of commuting going on at the minute. It's about midday at this point.
I'll probably question a few people, but being me, I'm quite like short-worded and
You ask them, then don't fucking pay attention.
yeah, I don't really care for their emotions that come with. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'll probably ask a few people on the street, you know, if they've heard anything or if they've seen anything in the last couple of days.
Cool. Ash, you got anything?
Yep, I walk up to people and I ask them anything strange happening. I notice Sparkles is struggling to get words out of people. They walk past, and I then get annoyed by this and make a stand and shout with my arms open wide. Has anyone fucking seen anything strange around here?
Okay, so we'll go for 2 charisma checks as you guys are talking to people individually, and then make another one with, we'll make another intimidation check, Ash, as you shout at General to the town of Swinemouth, or the village of Swinemouth, rather.
Is that
Charisma check.
Yeah, charisma check. So not saves, but you just click on the charisma on the left side of the screen. It's the bottom of the skills. There.
Yeah, that one's an actual.
There we go. So you still
Oh,
got.
sorry.
Yeah, you got it, Ash. Cool. So yeah, as you're going around talking to people, I'm making an intimidation check as well, Ash. You're both getting very general information, like, yeah, I saw the wolves. They were massive. Ran off into the night. They did back towards Gravefell. Oh my god. So yeah.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
everyone's fucking terrified.
And Horns, people kind of staying away from you as well, and you're not sure if it's just because Sparkles over there is being as charismatic as a wooden door, or the fact that, you know, being a tiefling, people in like more rural areas seem to have a general mistrust of you more inherently, due to your infernal heritage. But then you kind of tune onto that, and you utilize it, and you begin shouting at people with almost this like fiery disposition that comes out of nowhere. And then afterwards, this old lady comes up to you. She's like, I'm so sorry, dearie. I didn't realise. I guess the only thing I could tell you is I noticed in the morning after I was sitting on my lawn, just getting in the laundry. And I could see Harold returning from what seemed like Greyfell, stark naked.
Grenfell. Harold returning from Grenfell.
The Greyfell Wilds, like that direction. Like very early in the morning.
Interesting. And would this be completely out of character for Mr. Harold?
What, being... she was like, yes, I don't think I've ever seen, you know, him and his Johnson
Well,
returning from the
naked.
forest before. I nearly fainted right then and there. And at this point, you guys exit the potion makers, and you can hear from the other side of the village Horn shouting at the top of her lungs at passers-by. And you kind of think to yourself, well, that's not exactly what we meant when we said go speak to people, but it seems to be working quite well.
Yeah. Did I ask for anything else? Like, and have you heard anything about the wolf activity in this town as of late?
Oh yes, so we all have. Obviously, it was Howard himself who was really, and his wife Sally, who were really bringing it to the Baron Gamp's attention, being the proprietors of the most pig farms in the area, of course. We haven't had any wolves for the last couple of days, though. That I know for certain.
Sorry, Mum. What? Do you remember what kind of a moon we had that evening?
I'm gonna roll for this to see if she does remember. No, no, I don't. What are you getting at, lass?
Nothing at all. Never mind me.
And she kind of takes her, like, walking fixture and slowly makes her way back to the small hut she came out of on the edge of town.
And then I turn around to Sparkles. And I say, Sparkles, your man Harold's a fucking werewolf. Killed his wife.
He's a freaking werewolf, dude.
Yeah.
You
Can
think
I, like-
Harold did it himself?
Yeah.
Nettle is there, right next to Horns at this point, like, seemingly...
Out of nowhere. Oh.
Yeah.
Spicy. Ooh.
You look down, and Uncle's also down there looking up at you guys, like...
Like, alright, Nell, Uncle, Sparkles, it makes sense, you know? I've seen this in my hometown before, and there's no silverware in the house. He was keeping it a secret from his wife, and it was mostly his pigs that were being decapitated and eaten because they were the closest ones to him. And one evening he hadn't planned to not be in the house when he transitioned to a werewolf, and he offed his family instead.
What do you think?
We're looking for a man.
It
and
makes
we know
sense.
where he
but,
is.
but the tracks looked like direwolf tracks. And I've
Was there just one track?
dealt with them before.
Was it just one track, or was there many?
There was smaller wolves tracks in there, normal wolves. There was one large one, but it looked more like direwolf tracks. Though I haven't seen a werewolf, so
Horns
I don't know what their
Yeah.
tracks might look like.
What sort of,
I would
The
say you
wolves-
are confident in your tracking ability to determine them as being direwolf tracks. Obviously, you're right, you haven't seen a werewolf track before, but you've seen enough direwolf tracks to be almost certain without that factor being in there.
At the very least, it's a large wolf.
Yeah.
Wolves run in packs, though, so we're probably not looking at just the one werewolf in this town.
Sparkles, do you think if we met him again, the butcher, would you be able to tell? Do werewolves give off any magic aura?
I don't know, do they?
Make an Arcana check. Top of your head, no. Like, obviously, it's an ailment, it's a curse, but there's different types of lycanthropy that in this world that make a werewolf. Sometimes it is a curse, sometimes it is a literal, like, disease.
Okay.
So there's, like, a
We could
difference.
just-
There's a more medical variant and there's a more arcane variant, if that makes sense.
So no, but how was Malak, and what tie could he potentially have to this?
If
A
it
potion
was-
maker can most certainly make a poison or potion to curse. Possibly.
Yes, if it was done via a potion, would that be a curse, or could you make like the disease version where it wouldn't be magic if it was potions?
Sparkles, make another Arcana for me.
Fill us in, Sparkles.
There's werewolf potions aren't really a thing. Like, otherwise that would be, fucking
Okay,
yeah,
Armies of
yeah, genuinely.
but
he's a
the
man.
potion maker definitely knows more than he was letting on.
He's from the academy as well, so he won't just be kind of, I assume, like, good at just potions. He'll be a bit of a wizard as well, won't he?
You very much get that impression.
Why didn't we think of sending Jordan when they know each other?
I don't
Sorry,
like
no, it's Sparkles.
I thought of it after we got there.
No, I don't
Yeah,
like
and just to
well.
clarify as well, Sparkles knows him from Swinemouth. It's not like they went to school together.
Oh yes,
Okay.
it is. That's true. Okay, split the party again. I think Horns and Sparkles. If you pop in and just get you try to judge him. And
It's
if
been,
not,
the
possibly
butcher.
just yeah.
it's been working out
possibly
really
just-
well for Horns interrogating people so far. Just shouting
Yeah.
at old ladies in the street. Detective.
Intimidation is key.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
For me and you, Uncle, because with the braces I can talk to wolves, we could possibly head to the outskirts, the Greyfell Wilds, and see if we can find a normal wolf and see what they can just fill us in. I don't know how friendly wolves are. To be fair, I've never used it.
I think we should
I
all
don't
go
know how it
together.
would
for that.
Yeah.
They're true.
I would
it
just
is a good idea. So.
But if we're suspicious of it being a werewolf, if we go in the day, then there's a low chance of the werewolf being there.
make a nature check from you, Zach.
Nature check.
Yeah, even with an 8, wolves, especially a pack of wolves, when there's more than one, aren't particularly, like, You know, they're not like chihuahuas. They're gonna see you as a potential meal.
Yeah, but if I'm in a tree talking to them, and they can be like, "Wait, this guy can talk to us."
This is the thing. Just intelligence or speech isn't indicative of intelligence. Just because you can speak to a wolf, it's not going to be like, "Oh,
Okay.
hello there. Someone can finally understand me."
Is it
Just as
worth,
hungry.
instead of us kind of keep investigating, just kind of
Kill some
going
wolves.
into the
Yeah.
the wilds and see what's
I
actually
think,
happening,
and that's the next step, isn't it?
and
Now.
then find the answers later after we've got a bit of coin?
Yeah, let's do that. So, and second
Right,
idea
well-
is after tonight maybe go in and you cause distraction, and Nettles goes into the back and sees that does he have any books like how to turn your arch enemy into a werewolf or that kind of thing. But yeah, no, let's do it. I think we should head out to the woods. What time is it now?
It
Right
is
now?
1:30.
In the afternoon.
Oh,
How
you
long
mean
does it take?
in game or?
In game.
Yeah, sorry, it's about 1 p.m.
Okay.
How long does it take to get to the Gravebell Wilds from Swinemouth? That looks like it's a day or two's walk.
Yes.
Oh, is it?
We better
Okay.
stack up and make sure we're ready for it.
Obviously, for a wolf, that's going to be a little bit quicker because their movement speed is.
We need to get rich. We can get some horses, man.
Mm.
Yeah. Sorry, Butters.
Well, I take it we're going to need a long rest before we head out, potentially.
Mm,
Oh,
Is
yeah.
it
We
worth-
haven't
pretty rested, I
combated since our last rest,
Yeah.
have we?
Yeah. You guys should have all put yourself back to full HP because your long rest would have been at the end the night before.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'll say just grab your backpacks and I say let's go. I'd
Yeah.
say we can just start off straight away.
I guess we don't. Well, except it says you're cool, but I guess we don't bring the, treacle and stuff and the wagon.
No, I think it'll just be an excursion for ourselves. And do we need any supplies? Torches, anything like that?
I have torches.
You have torches. Okay, yeah.
I've got 10 torches, so we'll be okay.
I will.
Yeah,
I'll also last thing I'll throw out there. How far you can go in any given day is always dictated by the slowest member. If you guys were to go on foot, unfortunately, Uncle is a hobbit, so he is going to make that process a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Yes.
We
Is there
taking
any
turns carrying him.
Dog or something.
That pouch chainmail.
He's really little.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose we'll just go. Once we can, I'll definitely get a horse or a big dog or something to ride on.
A big dog.
Small,
Yeah.
Why don't we
small
tame a
pony.
wolf?
a small
Yeah.
pony, so you can walk at normal
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
speed.
train a wolf.
Yeah. So yeah, we just head off. I say we grab our packs and head off.
Cool.
Get armored
And
up.
is that everyone, or is it just you guys? Sorry, the stealth masters.
Should we
I'll
all
think
go?
everyone. I think
Cool.
this could get very dangerous. So
Okay.
So you don't want me to interrogate the butcher anymore?
no, we'll do this after. We'll check on the wolves. And either way, we can get paid if we get some wolves. Either way. So
Yeah, the last thing I will do, just to remind you, is you guys currently have a theory that the butcher is a werewolf, right? Going for a couple days is going to leave him in the tavern.
yeah. Oh. Okay, that's a good tip, I suppose. Actually, yeah.
Like,
Should we-
obviously, you're more than free to do that. It'll take you roughly a day to get there and a day to get back.
So we're potentially leaving the problem in the,
In the middle
of
our
town.
independent friends, yeah.
How much do we value people's lives?
Yeah. Okay,
And,
once we go back-
as Sparkles, suggested earlier, he can set an alarm spell to know when if wolves are coming from the forest here in the night.
Yeah.
So, then is it worth bringing the horse? So that at the very least 2 people can get back quickly
So
in the event of the alarm being triggered.
My spell only has a certain range, though, so we have to be in the town for it to spark off, or within a mile, isn't it, or something like that?
yeah, what I was suggesting though is like maybe don't go into the Greyfell Wilds. You know, one of the most dangerous places in this country.
Yeah.
Let the wolves come to you.
Yeah.
Potentially, you'll know when they're here
Take
if they
out
do
the
come
house.
with Drawn Spell, and then you can have that conversation with them then.
Yeah.
Like Zach is right. You guys are probably going to Greyfell Wilds at some point in the near future because that's where the wolf tracks are leading. But maybe wrapping up what you got to do in Swinemouth first before you head that direction.
So I was going to say maybe Sparkle sets traps, and then we go and we interrogate the butcher again. We do know a bit more now. Horns has a good theory because of the lack of silverware and that he killed his own wife. But I'm not sure what way to go about it. What do you think? Should we grill him investigate him, just keep an eye on him for a while.
I mean,
Potentially dangerous.
if I interrogate him a bit too harshly, could he just switch into a werewolf? But that might not be the worst thing if we lead him out somewhere secluded. Beat the shit out of him. So
Hey,
he
come meet
does
us on the
turn.
outskirts of town. I promise we're not going to hurt you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sparkles, what if we just pushed a spoon against him? If they don't like silver, will it burn him? Is there a test we can do?
Make an
I'll do
Arcana,
check
Sparkles.
this,
You're not 100% like specialized in
Werewolf.
lycanthropy. You're not.
I'm
You're
gonna
not
put a
100%
spoon
sure.
on Yeah, I say we head back to the inn. If that's what everyone wants to do, and maybe if Sparkles and Nettle want to set some traps, maybe not traps, but
Should we
alarms.
investigate the potion guy and maybe see if we can potentially break in together?
Yeah.
We don't know enough about the potion guy.
True.
Yeah.
Can Jordan charm him? I mean, he is a wizard himself, so he's a human wizard, isn't he? So
So,
Jordan
yeah.
can
Half-elf.
potentially charm.
Doesn't last very long.
But do they know if we've charmed them? Like, is he
He's
going to
aware
remember
that
it?
I'll
yeah,
just say he
Okay.
he is a half elf.
Okay,
So
which means he has resistance to it, Jordan. 'Cause
Exactly.
I've
He can't be charmed. Or like, it's
I think he
incredibly
can be, but it's very difficult. You
Yeah.
have to really, really roll well. It's not worth the gamble of him just being like, bro, what?
So we've already been in there. So how about Horns and Sparkles? Do you want to head there? So, and we'll just watch in the inn for any trouble.
We'll be in the inn watching for trouble with our cold ones in hand, and
Yeah. We're going to do some work as well, guys, I promise.
Yeah.
cool.
Sure.
Okay.
We've
So-
already been in the potion maker, so
So
be a
team.
bit suspicious.
Sparkles ready to go interrogate some potion master.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. So Team Sparkle Horn make their way into Malak's potent potions, and again, Malak is there. And this time he seems to be kind of like just dusting the top of the
1 second,
cabinets.
sorry. Can I just say just before I give my bracer to Horns, just so her and Nettles can talk
Okay.
telepathically. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I didn't come through.
Just a
Oh, sorry,
question.
I said
That was only for Nettle.
Oh.
no. So I was giving the bracer to Nettles and Horns.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can
Does
speak
the
to each other.
bracer have
So I telepathically whispered something.
Oh,
any AC on it, Jack? Does my armor go up for having
No. I thought it's more of the abilities that come with it.
Nope.
yeah. So sorry for disturbing you there, Jack.
It's okay. So yeah, as you guys go into the potent potions, Malak's
Right,
there.
Sparkles.
Dusting, but you can see he's very much like sitting behind the counter, kind of taking inventory of his stock, whilst a mage hand is there with a duster, kind of going across the top, clearing the space. As he looks up, as he hears the bell go from the front door, he's like, and then he sees who you are, and he's like, oh. As Horns the night before was obviously kind of initiating a conversation where she was very drunk. It's like, how are you today? Sober, are we?
You wanna take the lead one on this, Sparkles?
So I kind of walk forward and say hello to him, and I've met him before, right? But just
Yeah.
as Swinemouth.
Yeah.
So I just speak to him a little bit, introduce myself.
Oh yes, Sparkles.
I
do
shrug a
remember.
bit.
He's kind of like
Oh.
warily eyeing you, Horns, as you're kind of just hanging around, like not really initiating conversation, just in the store, almost like a shoplifter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah.
I'll ask him if he's got any potions or equipment that can deal with any sort of werewolves.
Oh, that's interesting. That's the second time that's come up today. And make an insight check for me, as you're very much like, again, touching a subject that was making him uncomfortable before. You can make an insight as well, Ash, but that is a pretty fucking good insight.
Wow, that is an insane roll, Jordan.
Yeah, considering like
With a
fucking-
-1 on it as well.
Yeah, considering these guys had like +3, +4 insight checks and were getting like 5s. Yeah, so he seems like someone who's been caught out, almost like a child lying, and he's like struggling through a response to that, and he seems to just be blubbering. You can see he starts sweating profusely at the question. As he does so, you can kind of see him just check to make sure that the door behind him is locked, almost, but like not directly. He's kind of like touches the knob behind his back, sort of thing.
So I think he's looking to escape.
No, he's not. He's not looking to escape, but he's checking to make sure that the door isn't open, like it's locked. Because obviously, a wizard has come in with a tiefling who's, you know, quite strong. He's like, fuck, like these guys are, you know, might start something.
Can I ask him what he was doing on the night of the break-in it?
I was at the inn.
No, ask him. Oh, fine. Can I ask him something before that? Who came in earlier and asked you about werewolves?
No. It wasn't werewolves in particular. It was wolves, I believe. And you can kind of see him again start to sweat more profusely as his cleverly concocted alibi seems to be falling out around him.
I walk up to the table
and
I slam my fist down.
Okay.
And I said, "Who was it?" And I'm gonna hit my intimidation to see how good I am.
Oh my god, yeah. So
He soils himself.
yeah, genuinely. You see that mage hand disappear as he panics. The dust are just kind of clattering to the floor, and he kind of like gets to his knees. His hand falls off his hat falls off his head. He's like, "Please, don't hurt me. If you want to look out back, I'll open it for you."
Sparkles, what do you think?
Yeah, let's do it.
God, you guys literally have like the mob mentality to solving issues here.
Do you
Be
want to
ashamed
stay
if
by
anything
him?
happened to your life's works in your store, don't you think? Baseball bats are like fucking fine china.
Yeah.
So
Do you
yeah,
want to,
We did say we get the job done, Jack. We didn't say how.
yeah.
Yeah,
do you
we're
want to
like
stay intimidating him?
mercenaries. You know?
Sorry, what are you saying, Jordan?
I say, do you want to stay intimidating him while I walk in and investigate,
Yeah. So
so he doesn't run?
Yeah, I don't
obviously,
mind.
remember one of you has the thing, so they can let the others know as they're just outside. The bracer.
But
Yeah,
no, then
Oh, okay.
I'll stay with him.
Yeah, so Uncle and Nettle also come into the potion shop, I assume, after they're told, like, he's pissing himself on the floor right now. And
I
he's...
step over his body and walk to open the door.
He hands you the key, and again, you open the door, and you get to see the private quarters of his house. Very lavishly decorated. You can see he definitely has accrued some wealth from his potion-making status here. So what's everyone doing?
While I'm intimidating him and staying by him, can I summon a mage hand to appear like a gun aiming at him?
In this medieval fantasy world, I think that would he wouldn't even understand what that means.
Can it just be a middle finger then?
Yeah.
No, just like pointing at him.
Yeah, so you got this hand that's just like in his face, and he's like,
Smirking at him.
yeah. Uncle jumps onto the counter and makes another speech, draws his sword. We are the greatest detective agency in the company. But yeah, so okay, so yeah, if you want to do another intimidation, keep him down, or with advantage, I'd say, because you're using your magical prowess to facilitate that.
Which was intimidation. Wow.
Yeah, so not nearly as intimidating as Horns was, but Horns is still like, 10 foot away. And every time he goes to move, he just looks in a general direction and thinks better of it. And yeah, as you guys filter into the back room, you see it's very much like a small house. Like, it's cozy. It's not overly grand. And there's like a room that goes upstairs and a living quarters, which you guys are currently in. You can see very much a table, some chairs, a bookcase to one side, some potion making ingredients. In the far room where the door is open, you can see that must be his laboratory of some sorts.
Any
Can I
secret
roll
rooms?
Investigation.
Make an investigation then, please.
Me.
Yeah. You asked the question. Whew. So, what are you looking for? How are you looking for this secret room?
Just kind of following around the edge of the room, seeing if there's any kind of cracks or like like a feeling for a little bit of a draft or something to give away, or like that kind of musty smell of a cellar or something.
And where are you searching for this? In the laboratory, in the main room, upstairs in his room?
In the main room in the laboratory.
Yeah, there's
not looked upstairs yet.
With a 20, you don't find any secret rooms. That being said, in his laboratory, in one of the chest of drawers, you're going through it just to make sure there's no switches or anything, and you do find a false bottom to the bottommost drawer. Inside is a stone box with an inscription on it in some sort of infernal, almost language, and a letter underneath that. That's all folded with the seal broken.
Being a tiefling, does Horns speak or read the infernal runes? Or can Jordan, or can Sparkles? One of those two surely will attend this. So I guess I go to those two and say, can you do anything with this?
Okay. Does anyone read Draconic?
Oh, I do.
Check.
Cool. So on this like stone slab, you see a riddle. It says, "I am always hungry and will die if not fed, but whatever I touch will soon turn red. What am I?" I assume you say that to the room.
Say it again.
I am always hungry and will die if not fed, but whatever I touch will soon turn red. What am I?
We need to solve this, or can we roll for an intelligence check?
No, stuff like this, like riddles in game, you have to solve. Obviously,
Oh,
I
God.
cannot implore enough. Do not Google riddles, otherwise there's literally no point.
Yeah.
What? I must be fed. Like, that could be a werewolf, and whatever he touches will turn red because he just rips them apart and their blood comes out.
I feel like it's less. No, it's something more obvious with a riddle, isn't it? It's always something really obvious.
Horns
Like
must
a
be
river
fun at
somehow.
parties, Ash. I said Horns is fun at parties, I guess. Like when you pitched the character to me, I was imagining like a very whimsical, like, haha, the world, I'm so free. I can't wait to explore. But she's been like a fucking thug this entire time. Yeah, give me that
I'm
booze.
just, trying to get to my ship. All this
Yeah.
shit
It's like,
in
come on.
between is mediocre.
Yep.
Yeah. Next.
I'm always hungry and will die if not fed.
Obviously, and there's also another letter underneath that with a broken seal.
Are we right to look at the letter underneath?
Yeah, this
Read
one.
it as well.
Yeah, as you open it up, you very much recognise the sigil on it. It is from the Ivory Spire, the Academy in Manawal, and it is. You very quickly ascertain that this is a letter of expulsion. He was actually expelled in his second year, and this is the letter that says he's no longer welcome there. And which is strange, considering last time he was here, Jordan, he kept on going about his pedigree and how high honours he got from that academy, and how much of a great mage he was. It seems like he's been living a lie. He's very much got a very basic passing grade in both potion making and hexes, and that's about it. And you see at the bottom that it's signed by one of the archmages of the academy, Eleven Mistjar, the archmage of conjuration.
What do you think of that, Sparkles?
Yeah, it's awfully sus, isn't it?
I go up to the potion maker and I just go sussy sus.
Sussy backer. But yeah, you can
lying
see
on the
at,
floor in his pee.
yeah,
Question.
at this point he's in tears because like his whole business brand is built around the fact that he's a graduate from this prestigious academy, and that's why his potions are worth your coin, and that's why he charges like normal to higher than average prices depending on who passes through. And he knows that that's imminently going to come down with this information if it was to get out.
Yeah. We're looking for the information. Can I intimidate him just to tell us what's going on, and that we know that he's done something to the butcher, that he's turned him into possibly turned him into werewolf, and can you cure him?
Why don't we?
That's a lot of information.
Yeah.
I would say based on what's happened so far, like he has been very thoroughly intimidated by Ash and he's given you the key, and you would assume that's probably as far as that's going to go at that point. As I say, he has been intimidated by both Sparkles and Horns.
I suppose, yeah,
So-
can't keep rolling. Yeah, I get you.
Can we threaten him to say that if he doesn't tell us more, we'll release his secret to the whole
The
of
world.
Swinemouth?
At this point, yeah, as I say, you guys have made quite a few intimidation rolls on this. I'd say poor man, but obviously he's guilty of being
It's
a
kind of
fraud.
like moments.
Yeah, like he's just crying.
Yeah.
He's pissed himself. Like he's like his whole facade has come down pretty much. Like there's
Thing
not.
is,
If you want to bring
yeah.
him down more, there's not much more you can do.
We gotta be nicer in future.
Yeah.
If we can't use violence, though, we'll have to solve this riddle, and this riddle is at least for people like ages, like I don't know, 10,
5 to
15,
10.
just to do it.
Is it worth taking this to Duncan?
The innkeeper. Just let me know.
Oh no, sorry, Harold, the butcher, the one who's
Yeah.
potentially the werewolf.
Shoot, yeah, we can't arrest your man because we're not police. Like, could we tie him up and
Not arrest
citizens
him. I
arrest
mean, it's not necessarily his fault that he's become a werewolf.
we don't know that.
Yeah,
yet,
that's
though,
true.
So it's more.
Oh, no,
But
will-
he knows something,
know
and he's not telling us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
will he tell us more now that he knows we've got proof that this guy's
How-
potentially.
Yeah, so
How
bring-
can we sweet talk him now?
Yeah,
We need to
We're not
solve this
gonna
riddle
charm
and find out what's inside the box.
yeah.
What's in the box?
I'm always
I can't think of it. I don't know. I feel like it's like a plant or something. Is there anything around the house that can give us a clue?
Not really. I mean, it's a very basic homestead. It's like
Yeah.
like just looking at stuff, you don't really get anything come to mind.
Probably not a potion because like that'd be easy to hide in plain sight. So it must be like an object.
Yeah.
What are we looking for? Sorry, my girlfriend had to ask me a question, so I missed a bit of the conversation.
I was talking about if it was
torch.
worth going to Harold the butcher and saying like, look, we know.
Oh, okay.
Like
Yeah.
a torch.
Did they confirm that he's a werewolf?
Sorry, what was both of those questions?
Sorry, Nettle, what right? Sorry, or Zach?
I just so it's been confirmed that Harold is a werewolf.
That's the prevailing hypothesis.
Oh.
It's not being confirmed.
Okay.
And I was going to say, is the answer like a torch, like a light? Because if it's hungry, it needs to be fed or it'll die, and it'll also
Fire.
burn everything red. Fire, yeah.
Fire. That's good.
Yeah, nice one. Nice one. So do we need to set the box on fire literally or like Jordan cast fireball on it to literally open it? Is that how he's
Well,
getting?
well, you've
to
said-
first.
You've said a loud fire and nothing's happened.
Okay.
So, Mr. Sparkles,
Can
you would,
I-
I would
Hold it in my hand.
I would advise standing outside the building
Wooden house.
incredibly. Yeah.
Fuck it, we'll be alright.
I mean, it's not my house, so
Yeah, you guys are literally being hired to kill some wolves, and like one night the house just goes up in flames, and like, no, we're hunting wolves, like we are. So look.
Yeah.
just trust us, guys. Trust us. We will get to the wolves.
If we step out of the building, then, and I'll make them come with me.
Probably the back, I guess. We don't want to just walk into the street with this guy.
Yeah,
on
just
his
shooting
knees.
fire.
Ah.
Yeah.
Everyone's
Yeah.
be like, "Oh my god!"
So go behind the building, sort of thing, and then cast fireball on it while it's in my hand, so it kind of engulfs it.
Mm.
Firebolt.
Fireball's pretty big, though, isn't it? It's pretty.
Yeah, he's saying fireball, but he means firebolt. Yeah.
Firebolt. Yeah.
So yeah, you cast firebolt on this box, and then you see the inscription grow red, and then like the seam appears around the side, also glowing red, and a soft. The lid slightly comes up,
And then I open it and have a look.
and inside, could you make a Arcana check for me, please, Jordan? As on inside, you see a few bits of tattered paper that seem to be written in some sort of fucking hell.
20.
You have been through this exact same curriculum that this man has went through, and for it was underneath you. This guy went through the same curriculum and got expelled for not getting high enough grades. So this is like easy for you to read. This is a very basic lycanthropy cursing hex that he has cast on the butcher. You can see just looking through the way his arcane inscriptions go that it's fucked it up a little bit to the point that typically this kind of thing lasts for like a set amount of time, then ends. However, this one doesn't have a clear point of remedy, if that makes sense. With such an overwhelmingly high roll there, I would say the best cure that you have that comes to mind would probably involve the blood of Malak, the man who made the curse. Well done, Ash. You actually guessed the fucking werewolf thing quite early on, so...
Yeah, you did actually. Yeah, it was very, very well done.
Yeah.
I actually
Yeah,
knew
fair
it was
play.
happening way before, and I was like, "Go, please!"
Yeah.
Just, you know.
We'll have this all done by
Thank
lunchtime, Mike. We're
Yeah.
come back to the. So, what should we do? So we know. Is this guy? Should we bring him to the mayor and give our evidence?
As you're saying this, Malak's like, please, you don't understand. This is my livelihood.
Understand what?
I'll give you anything. I'll give you all the potions you want.
What do you need? Okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys.
No worries. So I'll give you anything, please. Don't out me.
So
Have
guys,
gold.
who,
I'll give
who
you-
paid him?
Oh, if
This
you-
is his livelihood.
If you keep my secrets, I will give you 500 gold pieces and all the potions I have in stock. Please, anything.
I think the mayor would pay about 1,000 coins to stop a werewolf problem. We're given 100 per head for a direwolf. Werewolves
Yeah.
are much bigger prize than that.
You're like,
yeah.
like,
Treasurer.
yeah,
But
just
the mayor doesn't know it's a werewolf problem
Oh,
yet.
he will. We'll make this little work soon,
Yeah.
won't we?
I will say though, like Malak is definitely a wealthy, if not the wealthiest person in Swinemouth. Like,
We're about to be the wealthiest then, so.
yes.
What
Even
will
though
he-
you might be able to get a similar amount of money out of the mayor, like that's a lot of money for a village baron to give you.
Yeah. Well, we can ask for Malak's property that we could sell on. If the mayor can't make his payments, you know.
Or maybe if we take his money, but tell him he needs to give us that drop of blood and leave Swinemouth. Do you know what I mean? Have some sort of
So you're
Morale.
taking both the
Morale.
money, everyone's
Yeah.
money.
yeah, and he's
Yeah.
forced to leave though. It's a win-win.
I would say whatever we do with this man, it's not gonna go well with the villagers. He's a well-respected physician, basically, in the town. He's really wealthy, and someone has paid him to turn someone else into a werewolf.
I don't think someone paid
Who-
him. I think he
I
just
think
doesn't
he
like
did
the
himself.
butcher. I think this was him using his powers to.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Just
just
to
to
get him back for
get a
that
bit of
pig
spice.
that came and ate his potions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Money.
I just tell him you're fucked, little potion boy. That's all I say.
You fucking little potion boy.
Start looking up
That's
at him.
yeah. That's how Uncle knows that he's got the upper hand. Is like he starts calling people little and
Little,
tiny.
No, that's the thing. We do the good thing, bring it to the mayor.
Now Jordan's got a point. You can like it would obviously require very high intimidation rolls, but potentially you could swing this in both ways here. Like take his cash and also bring it to the mayor.
Yeah.
The only thing, it depends what we want doing with him as well. Like,
Yeah.
he's either going to get chucked out by the mayor, I would assume, or we can get him banished ourselves and take his cash.
I'd say we kill him. We don't need.
At this point, his eyes just go wide and he goes pale. And he's like, "No, please."
Tone it down. Don't worry.
At least if we have to leave, he could tell the other villagers or the mayor before he left.
Yeah, no, I say we bring him straight to the mayor. We make him confess. We tell the story. We put our price down, saying for what we've done, and then we also have to solve how to finish this curse.
All right then.
Do we know if the mayor will be on our side though? Like, how did if the wolves were attacking this woman for 2 weeks before her husband became a werewolf, what spell was he using to attract direwolves to the area? Because the wolf tracks inside that house were direwolf. They weren't just werewolf. So, like, even though we have the main culprit, I don't think we have a remedy for the overall issue here, which is the man beside us on the ground has clearly cursed this town and has wolves being brought here from that scary forest.
Well, the other option then is potentially look after him for a day, keep guard of him, and then at night put some alarms and tracks down and try and find out what else is happening. But we also have the problem of the butcher werewolf, who, in theory, so am I right in thinking with a drop of Malik's blood, I could potentially cure him?
Yes, it would. As I say, the spell, the hex that he cast, was like done by a complete novice almost, to the point that it's almost. You think potentially it's irreversible. The only reason that you think you could potentially sort something is because of your own pedigree and your own knowledge on curses. It's pretty much all, again, it's based down to rolls, honestly.
So, I mean, we could try taking this guy, Malik, to the butcher with us so that we know where he is and try and administer this cure. And then if not, and something does go wrong, at least we're all there to kind of...
I think we should do it all in front of the Baron. Not to bring his potion maker into the inn and start drawing blood from in front of everyone, but
yeah.
Maybe bring it to the higher ups and
you just drag one of this village's nobles into the inn. He's covered in his own piss and blood and mud at this point, and you're just like, yes, we solved your wolf problem.
Yeah. Well, I vote we bring him to the mayor. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's I think a vote would probably be the best, because I think we've got on every side at this point, so just deciding what we all agree on.
I mean, I think it's up to the lieutenant. I'll just follow the orders.
Yeah, I'm happy to follow.
I'm not here to make decisions.
All I say is I think we just need to keep a watchful eye on this Malik so he doesn't run.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to him, we take Malik with us.
Oh yeah, no, we're taking him. We're bringing him straight to the Baron.
We bring him.
Horns, keep a hold of him.
Horns, keep a hold of him. Yeah, he's terrified of her.
Make a strength check, Horns, as you like grapple this this
poor little wizard.
Strength check.
Yeah, strength check, please, or an athletics. Sorry.
I'm actually very athletic.
Oh yeah, and he's not very athletic. Yeah, so easily you like pick him up and he's like almost hanging from your arms like you would a toddler. And he's like, please. He pisses himself.
And
again.
I turn around to him and I'm like, do you want to finish off that drink we had yesterday?
Well, you're on to last night, actually. Yeah. We got that.
This is just how Horns goes about picking up men at the inn. This is the end result.
Yeah. So, which house is the Baron's again? It was here, wasn't it? No, that was the inn.
So it's this one.
Yeah. So we march him up and march him into the Baron.
Yeah, and as you do, like you see the PA who's kind of like sitting in the common area, like filtering through gas, is kind of eyes bound. It's like, Malik, are you okay? And Malik's just crying, sobbing as Horns drags him straight into like the conference room and shuts the door.
Just like I just like get the Baron boss and stuff.
You jump on the nearest chair, get your sword out. You're like, and us, the company of the Bronze Lion, with the So she quickly scurries off, almost in a dash, to go find the Baron. And like a couple minutes later, he comes in and he's like, "What is the meaning of this, Malik? Are you okay?" And Malik's just like irresponsive at this point. He's just sniveling on the floor.
Yeah. So I just say to him, it wasn't a dire wolf and a wolf problem you had. It was a werewolf problem, and it's all due to this man and his spite towards the butcher. That's what I start off with straight away.
Well, that's all easily said, but do you have any proof?
And I go with Sparkles. I'm not over to Sparkles. I think Sparkles has the box for the... Yeah.
I just present this letter in this open box with the other inscription inside.
And he looks at them, and you can tell, like, instantly he looks at the curse page, and he's lost. Like, he's like, this is fucking like way above my pay. Yeah.
And I explain to him, he's been cursed, but not correctly. there is a chance this isn't reversible either.
This man has brought a werewolf into your town, and we need to get this sorted before anything else bad happens.
My God.
And just so you know, going rate for a werewolf is over 1,000 gold. Your dire wolf's 150. That's fine, but werewolves are a bigger story.
If you don't pay, we'll be on our way.
Yeah, make a persuasion check.
Oh, no.
If people if someone else wants to assist, that's fine.
Who's else?
Who's good at persuading?
Not really.
Charismatic.
I have like a 1. You know, I might be able to beat that roll. Jordan, do you have a good persuasion? Or?
There's no, I've got 2.
He looks at you. He's like, we literally cannot afford that much coin. 1,000 gold pieces. We wouldn't be able to survive through the winter.
Well, Malak has plenty of property and potions and stuff. I'm sure we can work out something. But the first things first, anyway, is we need to remove this curse before anyone else dies in town.
Yes.
How long?
How long will this take, Sparkles?
Give me this evening. We'll get it done.
Cool. Do you have a alchemist supplies proficiency?
I don't know.
So you're gonna have to get Malak
Yeah.
to make this potion.
Okay. Baron, we'll need a few things for this to work and to do it safely.
3 solid bars of gold.
Do you have a prison somewhere we can block him off while he's doing a werewolf? And also we'll need some city watch as well, just to protect the area and know that what we're doing, so that they don't get in the way.
Yes, we definitely will have the Lycan Guard brought in, but it could take weeks for them to get here. We've only got a couple of town guard that actually patrol the area. 3
it's just more so
total.
it's just so they don't get in our way more than anything.
We could.
We just need enough to secure the outside. We'll be locked inside. They just need to, as a last resort, but we should have any issues.
Werewolves bring wolves and dire wolves with them, don't they?
Not if we're trapping him in a prison, surely.
Make
they'll still come
Arcana.
on the outside.
Make an Arcana or Nature check.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll make a nature check.
Cool.
Or is that enough?
No, carry on. Yep. Like
I haven't got very good nature. I don't know if you have better nature.
The way that checks work is that depending on like how high it is, you might unlock more information. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So if you get 20, you get more again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but does anyone do either of you two have better nature?
I think Nettle should go for it. Yeah, with the nature, he would know
I've
best.
only got 1.
I've got a +4, but I take it I can't do it.
Yeah.
Twice.
So you both have heard definitely stories of werewolves summoning wolves. They're like alpha plus when it comes to wolf hierarchy. They can bring in multiple packs they don't even interact with in those circumstances.
I mean, we could try. If we're inside a building, we can also try muzzling. Like putting something around his mouth so he can't, communicate very well. It will be hard for him to
You need your best leathersmith with bondage gear.
Yeah.
But like that's if they communicate through howling. Like if a werewolf just has a scent and already attracts.
Maybe we
wolves.
should just kill him before he changes.
Well, what if we try just putting the blood in? How do we do that?
We should try and cure him. It's not his fault that he's potentially in the situation he's in.
Okay, will we say we get I'll ask the city. Can the city watch bring the butcher to us, and we will fortify the building, and maybe Sparkles, if you put an alarm outside the town, so we can be warned if any wolves come this way.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see
tonight
Baron Gampf pour himself a generous bottle of whiskey, a cup of whiskey. Kind of sits down. And is like, the only thing that I'm concerned about is, can our small village jail hold a werewolf?
If we're expecting wolves, maybe we should take them quite far out of the town. If we're expecting them to bring reinforcements either way.
But then aren't we just encouraging them?
Yeah,
Yes,
but all
but-
that's going to happen is if we're locked inside, they're going to rampage outside and kill all the civilians.
Yeah, Gamf does like speak up at this point. He's like, "I'd rather this all take away far away from Swinemouth."
What's this building right underneath the Swinemouth?
That would be the abattoir. So like the pig pens are here, the abattoir's here, which is where the butcher would kill the pig. Exactly.
Yeah, it seems like a place to do it. We're out. We can fortify a bit, but we're outside of towns. The wolves will be trying to get into there, and they won't really be hurting anyone in the town, right?
What happens though if Harold does turn, and you're fighting wolves, and our restraints aren't enough?
Well,
like werewolves are famously strong creatures. Like I know you said muzzling him, but like he's going to change like 4 times the size.
Yeah.
But what other options do we have? We can't just leave him, because if he changes again and kills more people...
We can leave him in the inn if you want and let him slaughter the rest of the people.
Yeah, I mean, we can carry on. We can just leave town.
We can kind of
on our merry
You guys are such scumbags. Make a persuasion check with advantage.
But like, what does he want us to do? What other options do we realistically have? We have to either deal with it or just let it happen. That's the only option, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's either kill Harold straight up, which is, I guess, if the Baron wants us to do that.
No, I'd rather we keep Harold. I mean, with both Melek and Harold gone, this town would very much start to return to a state pre-Wolf.
So then, our only options are to try and do it as safely as we can.
Yeah.
But there's the risk is unavoidable, and there's always the chance that we'd all die. And it's a one session.
God, Nettle is just a ray of sunshine.
I think that it's do you know what? If you want to keep your butcher and you keep your potion maker, you pay us to help, or we leave you at it and you see how you get on by yourselves with your curse and your werewolves. But we need to
700 gold pieces.
700 plus we get to loot take any potions from Malak.
That's we get.
Make a persuasion check. I'll say with advantage because he is desperate at this point. And honestly, if you guys are like, okay, well, we've done what we were paid to do and leave, like, you're right, he's fucked. Like, this town is going to come crumbling down.
Well, I'm happy to risk my life, but the pay's got to be good.
Yeah. You guys are shaking down the fucking Baron.
We're not going to get good reviews, are we?
Okay, I can take that because obviously persuasion. Wait, is your persuasion got a modifier?
+3, it says.
Okay, yeah, it's the exact same as that. So 17, or roll another one, because obviously you got advantage.
Oh, sorry.
Make sure it's persuasion.
Sorry, this is kind of glitching out for me again. Persuasion.
Building up the suspense.
Yeah.
Sorry,
so he goes 700 gold pieces and 2 additional potions of healing.
What I said was we had our way with the stores, the whole store.
I understand, but we need to potentially use those depending on the aftermath of this night.
Okay, we can agree. It's your city. You can do with Malak what you want. But yeah, we'll do what we can. So from here.
Yes, we and Malak will have an interesting conversation, I'm sure. At this point, Malak speaks up. He's like, "So am I still needed to brew this potion?" And kind of rubs his red eyes from all the crying.
I'd look at Sparkles. What does Sparkles think?
Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, so he's going to have to make the potion in the abattoir whilst you guys guard Harold from potential wolves and also protect Malak while he's making this potion, just on the off chance.
I just say to the Baron, have your city watch tell all the not the population, but the villagers to barricade themselves tonight.
Maybe in the town hall, because that's like the furthest point away from the abattoir, isn't it? If you have the village hiding in the town hall.
I think the only building really big enough would probably be the Butterbelly Inn, so we'll go there with the Lycan Guard and fortify for the night.
Yeah.
We cannot send them to this place, right in the top right, Jack.
That's a church, so you could make a persuasion check, but that's
3 foot of stone and stuff, wouldn't it? It'd be less magic could possibly get out there.
Yeah.
Send
Are werewolves like vampires and they don't like crucifixes?
Send them to convince him to send them to the church. They're far enough away.
He kind of
That's
looks
cool.
at you, and you kind of get an idea of why maybe Baron Gamp isn't best loved. Like, under pressure, he's not making the best decisions, and you're completely right. Like, the church, the Temple of Havata on the hill would be the best, absolute best place. And he's like, that makes sense. Right, well, thank you for your help.
Yeah.
And he hands over the 700 gold and the 2
Ooh, nice.
potions of healing.
Yeah.
Hey guys, let's do a runner.
Yeah, cool. And I think we'll call it there. We'll call it there for today's session. But
Okay.
yeah, thank you so much for today, guys.